She said someday.
Dang it, someday. Two more. Gosh, I gotta get this right. Okay. Ah, jinx myself by saying next time. Okay, call to order Committee of the Whole and call to order Committee on Finance and Property. So welcome, everyone, this evening. Thanks for being here. Tonight on our agenda, we have dispatch, which is with Stephanie Brown. She will be presenting that budget. And then we have North Shore Essex Tech Agricultural. So Essex Tech, we have Dr. Riccio will be, Rocchio, sorry about that. Will be presenting, Riccio. Riccio, that's it, sorry, I'm so sorry. And then we'll take a brief break, and then we will have Dr. Cushing present the Beverly Public Schools budget. So that's the order we'll take things in, and with that, we are going to get started. I mean, you could leave. Okay. So, Ms. Brown, would you mind joining us up front for our budget? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And also with us, there's a few other people from the city staff that I'd like to recognize and elected officials. We have Lorinda Visnick, who is our school committee president here in attendance, as well as Chief O'Connor, our fire chief, Beth Oldmixon, our city solicitor, and Brian Ailes, our finance director, who is up at the podium right now, and as with us, as always, our budget analyst, Jerry Perry. So with that, I will take it away, Bryant. Great.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I did want to just take a quick second just to kind of give a little bit of intro, because the good news is we've got now a full year of operations under our belt, and so we've got some real data to look at when we're moving into FY27 in terms of our civilian dispatch operations. This is the first full fiscal year. So when we built last year's fiscal budget for FY26, there were a lot of assumptions built into that. And as you all know, we came back in mid-year to kind of realign some of the spending in that unit. And so based on staffing hours, based on the needs within that unit, in terms of technology and staffing levels, we've built the FY27 budget to properly account for those needs. So within this budget, there's actually a couple things that you'll probably ask about, but the two main things I want to point out is that the equipment line budget is more appropriate for what is required in terms of the equipment upkeep within that department. We did share some of those costs this past year between police, fire, and dispatch, but now we're trying to contain it all within the dispatch unit. And the second piece you'll notice is in FY26, we originally made the assumptions with a staffing model that included 10 FTEs, so 10 dispatchers in addition to the supervisor. And we realized very quickly into the fiscal year that was driving overtime beyond a level that we wanted to see. So for FY27, you see us bring the overtime down, and we added 1 FTE to more properly account for the hourly needs that are required for the dispatch unit. So I'll stop there. I just wanted to point those out and kind of lay the framework, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Brown now.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Madam Chair and Councilman. I'm Stephanie Brown, the dispatch supervisor for the Beverly Dispatch Center. Nice to meet you all formally. So I am just going to share a little bit about our unit. Of course, we formally combined last year, February the 6th. We became the combined civilian dispatch here in Beverly. And as Mr. Ailes said, that we are staffed right now with 10 full-timers, myself, and we're running with 3 part-time intermittent individuals. We are running 3 people per shift, 3 on the day shift, 3 on the evening shift, and 2 on the overnight shift. And one of the things that we are actually looking to is to add, we've asked about adding 1 additional dispatcher. With this, even though the model that we're running requires 12, we're asking for one additional and the possibility of hiring 2 additional intermittent to fill the gaps. When we went into the center initially, the staffing model that was designed was in hopes that we were going to maintain we had 7 intermittent employees that were working at the fire department. After the design of the structure that we came up with the 10, so hoping that those 7 were going to be there to help us fill the gaps, 5 of those people left and caused a real shortage. And then it was trying to play catch up, which is what drove the overtime, because we learned quickly that the original 2-3-2 model, which we were going to try to run 2 dispatchers from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m., and then add a third during our peak time, which is 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. pretty much, and then 2 for the last 2 hours, the 7 p. to 11 p. But going into the center, that was just not doable because there were too many variables just going in at once, adding the fire function with the police function. There were just too many things to say that we could function successfully with just 2 people at varying hours. So that's why we ended up with the 3 employees for the day and for the evening, and the overnight, we have just been fortunate to be able to get by with 2. So that's kind of a breakdown on how we got to the excessive overtime in the event that that third person on that day shift wasn't allotted for initially, and the fact that we lost so many employees during a transition. Before the transition, actually, they did not make the transition over to the center. But the budget was already set at that point, so that we didn't know. And the other thing, as far as equipment-wise, one of the things that we are looking into is the reason that that is going up is that there's a programming software that we would like. We have a free version of it, and it is called RapidSOS, and it's a very robust software product that enhances our 911 system. It allows us to have a lot more the mapping on that. Well, let me just go back and kind of introduce what it does. This software product, actually, this company has an agreement with Apple and Google. So they allow the company to tap into the cell phone, so we actually can see where the cell phone is, whereas the 911 systems is just a phone line. The lines itself, it doesn't give the actual accurate data of where the actual phone is. So this system allows us to see through, get the data directly from the cell phone, which also, if you put your emergency contacts in the phone, if that's in there listed, we could see that on the 911 if something happened to you and we needed to find out who to call for you, that information's in there. If you put your medical history in there to say, hey, I take certain meds, or I'm allergic to bees or whatever, I have an EpiPen or whatever, and somebody located you, if that information is in there, we could see that on the data. But the most important thing about this software, the reason why we want to get the enhanced version, is because it allows us, it does translation, language translation. So right now with the state, we have to call a language line. Sometimes we get somebody right away, sometimes we don't. And we have to understand that when seconds count in emergencies. So at least if we upgrade to this software, which a lot of agencies are doing it because the state system is not as reliable as we would like it to be, that we would have automatic transcription and translation of over 60 to 80 languages. So that's one of the reasons, which also there are a lot of other features that are, that would enhance and make our work more efficient as far as, like I said, the mapping. But we would also, the main thing is having that access to the translation and not slowing down the responses because we will have to get someone to, on the language line to translate for us. So I don't know if, I don't have anything else unless, I guess I will just wait for specific questions unless there's something else in particular.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And that was actually one of my questions was the equipment. So, because I noticed that is one of the largest increases, it's up 253%. So is that entirety of that $46,000 for the supplies? Is that the software that you're talking about, that RapidSOS
No.
system? Or what can account for that large of an increase in the supplies
So we have
or equipment?
warranties for equipment in our server room that was in the dispatch server room that was taking in the police budget, I believe, before, and now that has been transferred over. So those warranties, and then there were the batteries and just the basic computer needs. The computers are almost 5-6 years old now, and so I'm being told that shortly some of those things will need to be changed out. So that's why that number is where it is.
Got it. Okay. Do I have any questions from my fellow counselors? Counselor Houseman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Brown. Yeah, just to follow up on that, the $46,000 line item, which is the last one, if that does not account for the GPS and translation software that you're looking to have, where in your budget does that cost appear? Because I don't see, other than equipment line, exactly where that might fall.
I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. That is included in there. I thought she was asking if the whole $46,000 was for that.
I see.
Yes,
Okay.
it is included in that.
So it is that software, and in addition, it is upgrading computers, which may be somewhat out of date.
Yes, sir.
I see. Okay, thank you very much. That's the only question I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Flowers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for explaining some of just how your budget fits together and especially addressing the overtime piece and helping us understand that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
A question I had for you was just if you could help me understand a bit more about the training line item, which is in the budget book. It's on page 61. It's the top line item there. It's 12301-51581. I can see that the request for 2027 is not that, in fact, it's pretty much, it is the same as the projection for FY 2026, but both of those look like they represent a decrease from what the actual in 2025 and even the original budget for 2026 were by a significant amount. So I just wondered if you could help me understand, because I'm newer to your department,
Yes.
What does the training look like, and then what accounts for that decrease in the training line item? Is it as dispatchers get more familiar with the job, and so it was raised at the beginning of this particular iteration of dispatch? I'm just curious if you can walk me through that piece.
Sure. Originally, all of the other line items were added in the training budget. And so as they were broken out to their own line, that's where that's why it decreased. So for training itself, we are mostly just paying for recertifications. And so it doesn't cost it nowhere near costs that much. But we do have some classes, depending on if they're specialized classes, that may cost in the $300 or $400 or whatever. But as a whole, our certifications don't cost that much, so that's why there's that decrease.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So just so that, making sure that I'm following what you're saying, originally, a lot of what was in the training was sort of lumped together there. Now it's been broken out to be more specific, different line items.
Correct.
And I hear you saying that recertification is not as costly. Could you just touch on if, it sounds like you're already using a free form of the software that you were just discussing.
Yes.
If we, this plan to go with the paid version, which sounds more robust, which makes a lot of sense, including the translation services, would there be any additional training that you would anticipate for dispatchers connected with the switch to the full version, or will it largely operate in a way that they're already familiar with?
In actuality, they have the training modules built in, so it's no cost, no additional cost whatsoever.
Oh, great.
So but I will say that if we go purchase the enhanced version, there is a training piece that they come out, but it's included.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Counselor Rotundo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening.
Good
I do
evening.
have a few questions specifically in your line items. Mutual aid for the $10,000. Specifically, what's that for? I know mutual aid is used for the fire department stuff, but what's this particular line item being used for?
That one is used because the Beverly Dispatch Center is considered the fire control point for Essex County. So when Salem or Manchester, whoever has a fire, and they get to what we call a third alarm, and it gets overwhelming for their dispatcher, they then rely on us to get their mutual aid for them while they handle their fire. So we, as a stipend, get that for being that group of people that helps throughout the county to assist those other agencies with mutual aid when they have events that are too big for them to handle.
So just for clarification purposes, is that $10,000 coming in, or is that what we're spending out giving mutual aid to others? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
We're not spending mutual aid. This is, that $10,000 is for each individual full-timer. $1,000 goes to them as a stipend for being in that.
Understood on that. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
are we getting any reimbursements from the other communities for that? So in essence,
Oh.
we're burdening the extra costs of being this hub, and yet we're paying for it. Are we getting any reimbursements from these other communities?
No, it's my understanding that prior to me that there was, but now I do not believe we do.
Okay, that's one, okay. Then the ed benefit, which is in the same page, it's 51531, the ed benefits, is that similar to the benefits that are given to the police and fire department with the education bill? The Quinn bill was once called for the,
I'm sorry, it's certain certifications that they obtain, and then they get stipends for it,
so they get stipends in place for
for
that one?
maintaining those certifications.
Okay, and then my last one is on the EMD dispatch. My understanding is EMD, we send it out to the ambulance company,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So is there a reason why we're line iteming it for 10,500?
Each individual is certified in the event that there is a disconnect between the ambulance and something needs to be done. Our staff is certified.
They are all
Yeah.
EMD certified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you already asked the equipment. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Brown, we received a letter from the Beverly Police Superior Officers Association and the Beverly Police Benevolent Association from May 18th of this year, and it's titled "No Confidence in the Beverly Dispatch Center." It's a 3-page letter, goes on about concerns, and I guess
St. Hilaire, I'm
we're
sorry.
just-
We have to keep this to.
This is
because
related to the budget.
It's related to the budget?
Yes.
Okay, just want to keep this.
Specifically, it
budget
says, the unanimous opinion of both associations that in order to restore confidence, that we need to restructure the dispatch center. Do you have any response to that?
Honestly, sir, no, I don't.
I'd like to understand more about how things are going from your perspective.
I would be happy to have a conversation with you about this offline, but I personally don't feel like this is the forum, but unless somebody thinks otherwise.
Well,
Can I have Solicitor Olmixon can weigh in on this?
So, Chair Feldman, as you pointed out, this is a budget discussion. We're happy to let Ms. Brown and Chief O'Connor discuss the budget of the dispatch center with respect to anything that is in litigation or part of a collective bargaining discussion. I think that's better suited for another meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I can ask a point of budget.
Budget question, okay, yes.
So I guess related to the budget, and your staffing, Mr. Ailes referenced a lot of data that we've collected. Is there any data you can point to that shows the efficiency that we've gained? Is this an improved system? You know, do you have anything like that?
Improved system as far as the combined?
Yes.
Absolutely. Our fire trucks are rolling a lot quicker than they were before. And just the fact that the information is all gathered in one room and there's not a lot of outsourcing information or having to make 3 and 4 different calls to make sure that we have adequate response to calls. So I definitely feel like it's a much more efficient center. There's still things that we're working out, but definitely a lot better than what it was a year ago.
Okay, I'm going to go to Counselor Spang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I had a question. On page 61, the third line item is intermittent help to fill shifts called part-time.
Yes.
And I just wondered how that's different from overtime, if it is different?
It is. So it's 3. Right now, we have 3, and there are 3 individuals who are limited technically to the 19 hours a week, and they're not on schedule. They're not scheduled. It's as needed. So they have helped tremendously cut down on the overtime because they're filling in some of those open spots.
Okay. So it's not like they're supplementing, they're just filling shifts when a shift is open?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then with the overtime, having 3 people at all times or trying to staff up to 3 people on the shifts, do you think this overtime budget will be enough?
Yes, if we are able to get that additional person and still trying to hire 2 more intermittents, that would definitely help us.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Houseman.
Thank you. This is I'm not sure whether this gets directed to the chief, Ms. Brown, or Mr. Ailes. The police department and the fire department are both attributing 1 full-time position in this budget. Your budget is structured to increase staffing. And I guess as the council looks to and hears from folks who want to talk about potential cuts to the budget and reduction of spending, what would be the impact, rather than adding someone, of reducing by 1 or 2 FTEs, full-time equivalents, to the operation? I mean, you've talked about how you're sort of evolving the protocols for staffing to make it more efficient. It sounds to me as though if you're trying to increase in order to provide the sufficient service that you're looking to provide, that cutting 1 or 2 positions would be detrimental to the operation of the dispatch center. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
And are there other non-employee or non-personnel, I guess I should say, portions of your budget that could be tweaked to create a 10%, let's say a 10% decrease in your budget that would not adversely impact the responsiveness, efficiency, and safety of the dispatch center?
The only thing, and as we looked at it, it's very, very slim. But the only thing to take away here would be anything that's related to the training, the incentives, the educational benefits, but nothing more other than those things.
And if those were taken away, would that have a detrimental impact on the operation of the dispatch center?
Well, then we would lose certifications. So, yes, in the sense that,
Fair to say yes?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's helpful as we have the conversation about, cuts or not cuts, providing services or not services. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Counselor Rotundo? You're good? Okay. Counselor Sonia?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm interested on the language piece, because I think emergency services tend to often in the data reveal gaps in how we're actually communicating more broadly as a city. You folks are often the first port of call for folks from different backgrounds, different communities within our wider community. And so I'm wondering, if you can shed a light on the language needs. You've mentioned that obviously the software is kind of now built into your budget, which I think is a positive step. But that you'd often, in the past have to kind of triage to other agencies to help you with language needs. Can you kind of talk about what languages you folks are often kind of confronted with from callers, frequent, flyers in that regard, and, what language skills maybe the staff have as well? As I say, like, purpose being, should we be thinking about how we're communicating with these folks kind of more broadly as a city?
Well, mostly Spanish, Spanish speakers. Some that speak Creole, I know, and there was one language, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but something else that was not so frequent recently, in the last 6 months or whatever. And that's why calling the language line through the state became difficult, because it was one of the ones that wasn't so popular. So it took them a little while to get somebody who speaks that. We actually have 2 and recently hired a 3rd Spanish speaker on staff. So that's to our advantage, and we've had to they've utilized them, and that's worked out well. But as a whole, it's not something that happens every single day, fortunately, but when it does, it's something that we really need to make sure that we are making the proper communication with them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one more follow-up is there, without revealing, the personal data or anything of folks that you speak with, is there data on the back end that says, hey, we got this number of Spanish language calls, this number of any given language that might, again, reveal to City Hall, the council, other stakeholders, okay, to your point, there's a new language that you folks weren't often grappling with, but now are. Is that something, we can, as a city, contribute to better understanding and making sure that we're communicating with folks in a way that they can understand? So does that data exist, long story short?
The one thing that I could say is that it's probably something that if we go back to the state, I'm sure they have a log when we're contacting the language line. So we probably could get it from them, but nothing that we are keeping in-house to monitor it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Milady?
I just want to say, Ms. Brown, thank you very much. I've had a couple of people say, like, oh, I feel bad for you, John, like, this is a stressful time of year, but I feel worse for all the people who have to present to us, because I feel like you're obviously everyone's trying their best to present, the best case for their staff. As somebody who's, I don't want to say we're a frequent flyer with the dispatch, but we've made a couple calls from our house. EpiPen misuse, contained fire, all that fun stuff. Anyway, my question for you is, looking at the shifts, I was wondering if in terms of staffing, I guess just take this maybe into consideration for future planning, but I'm wondering if there are certain times of year where you might see more calls during the day versus the overnight, depending on the season. And I wonder if staff shuffling could possibly help with, almost like a seasonal reaction to it in terms of, judging by your face, I'm wrong.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
But just in terms of maybe that could produce possibly overtime if like, I'm making this up, the summer season might be a busier time, so maybe switch some staff to the overnight shift for that.
So as far as the overnight shift is concerned, like I said, we've been very fortunate that they've been able to manage with the 3 people. The flip side to that is that at any moment, something could happen and it could go south. We do have staff that live in Beverly, so they're a quick phone call away. And so that's usually what we do if there is a time that there's something that major and we have to get a 3rd person in or a 4th, we make those phone calls quickly and people are usually very receptive. And then myself, of course, I am that phone call away as well, and just over in Salem. So I would be responding as well. So that's kind of what has happened. And like I said, we've been fortunate that it's only probably been about 3 or 4 occasions at the most that we've had to tap into that.
Counselor Rotundo.
This may not be a question for you, this might be more a question for the chief.
Okay.
If we were to cut, and I know it's only $10,000, but a little here, a little there is gonna add up. The mutual aid line itself, the 10,000, because the reality is, I get it with our hub, I understand it, but it's burden the cost on us as opposed to benefiting everyone. If we were to cut that line, how does that affect the whole system?
Well, it's a contractually agreed upon amount that the dispatchers have been getting for a very, very long time. If we opted not to be the control point, somebody else would pick it up. I'm very proud of the fact that we've been a control point since the 70s. They work very hard to make sure that resources are sent all across the county. We have one of the bigger mutual aid resources around in the dive team. So I don't believe that it is a good decision for us to give up the mutual aid portion of our work. I think there's some benefits that come from it too, to be honest with you. When they're dispatching other fires, they're getting experience dispatching for other fires. So I think there's a lot of good stuff that comes from being a mutual aid control point.
And there's no way of a mutual agreement to try to collect additional, again, like I said, the money's falling on us, it's not falling, they're benefiting our costs.
Correct.
And that's
Yeah.
why
It's
I'm
certainly
looking at
something that we
this.
can talk about at the Chiefs Association. That's kind of where we started this whole process years and years ago. It's something we can have a conversation about.
Okay. And I understand it's a contractual, so therefore it couldn't be cut, but that's why I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to get an idea of where it is a
Right.
cost to us, but yet not to anyone else in the system. Thank
Totally
you.
understand. Structurally, I'd just like to say, structurally, if you take a look, there's been a lot of question about how could they operate without a supervisor. I'll tell you that back in the 90s, we did have a supervisor. It's a supervised position. I'm just talking from a structural position of funding that supervisor's position, Stephanie's job. We had one. When this was dreamt up back in the 90s and there was going to be a public safety building on Elliott Street, Bob Battis was our public safety dispatch supervisor. His job was exactly what Stephanie's job was, and it was a critical job. Unfortunately, what happened was that whole kind of thing just went away. And over time, that position kind of dwindled a little bit, and it just became like a supplementary function. And I'll tell you that we have extremely good dispatchers that made it through that process where we didn't have a dispatch supervisor up there, but it absolutely makes a difference. And it's even more critical right now. There is a reason why Stephanie reports to the police and fire chiefs. There's a reason. We have a collective dispatch system, so we cannot look at defunding or looking at removing that as a cost-saving measure. It would not be good for the system. It would not be good for the city. It wouldn't be good for our responders. It wouldn't be good for our dispatchers. So I hope that kind of answers the question budgetarily about where you're going with that, Mr. St. Hilaire, Councilor St. Hilaire. So, and lastly, I'd just like to say, I appreciate everything that's been happening. Stephanie's done a fantastic job with the last year and a half. She's the last 3 years that she's been here. I'd be remiss if I didn't just say that we had 4 dispatchers win an award just last week for their actions during the plane crash last June. They do some really, really great work. So I just want to throw that out there and say that I appreciate all the work that they do.
Okay, President Flowers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chief O'Connor, this actually is a question for you,
Oh.
if that's okay. I apologize, Ms. Brown. I thought, oh, how convenient. Chief O'Connor's already there, but you two are so quick. Chief, Councilor Hausman was asking Ms. Brown some questions, just thinking about if there were any further reductions in this budget, would it decrease efficiency? And we heard Ms. Brown say yes, and talk about loss of certification. And I very much appreciate that answer. I was just curious, I believe I'm remembering correctly that for fire, civilian dispatch has been the norm for fire for a
Years
great
and
length
years.
of time.
Yep.
So you've had civilian dispatch within your fire budget, if I'm remembering correctly. So I just wondered if you could just sort of speak to your perspective as well on the efficiencies that you see within the dispatch budget, and sort of piggybacking on Councilor Hausman's question, but are there places, do you see, if there are further reductions, it raises concerns for you? I'd just love your insight as someone who's managed part of a dispatch, civilian dispatch budget within your budget, and if you could help us just have that sort of extra perspective.
Absolutely, Madam President. First and foremost, the problem with cuts at this point would be like any reduction is going to have an effect, cause an effect, right? If you don't fund the line for the extra person, let's say if we didn't go ask for the extra person, means that we're still funding 332, and that extra funding is going to come from an overtime line, just like we saw that last year. So I think the question about what happens if we don't fund it has already been answered. We've seen it. If staffing doesn't go up, overtime stays high. If we bring staffing up, overtime will be reduced a little bit. So that's part of that. But if you, similar to our budget, I didn't do the exact percentage for her. It's got to be close to 93, 94. It's probably even higher with her percent staffing. There are the contractual items that are in there for the educational stipends, and certainly stuff that is extremely important. I think we tend to forget sometimes, we talk about police and fire, but these are the folks that are the connection to the residents that are looking for help. So it's absolutely important that they are staffed appropriately. It's absolutely important that they are trained appropriately. So it's really important that we make the investment. This first, I know Finance Director Ailes had discussed the first year, the rollout budget, where we just made some assumptions that just didn't work out. We talked about the scheduling, and we said, okay, if we look at the busiest times of the day, we can get away with two, day, evening, and overnight, but we'll have an impact shift from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's the busiest time. But it was quickly determined through call volume that wasn't sufficient. We needed to be 332. So really, this is kind of the bare minimum. And if you kind of go back to how we operated prior, there were often 2 fire alarm operators during the day and 2 people in patrol, 2 people in the dispatch. One was a patrolman, but the houseman. So there was often 4 people that were kind of performing that dispatch function. So it's really important to kind of look at the past before we look at the future. So the simple answer is cuts to this system will hurt the system. It'll hurt us, it'll hurt the police department, it'll hurt the dispatch, it'll hurt the residents. It's really important to make sure that we get this part absolutely right. So hope that answers the question.
That does, that's really helpful, Chief, and I appreciate just that sort of historical look that you could give us. And Ms. Brown, no disrespect to your present day presentation. I was just curious in some of that historical look back, and so between the two of you, I've been able to sort of piece that together, and appreciate it, Chief. Thank you.
And I'm a big data person. I love data. I'm a little bit of a nerd in that sense. One of the things that we lack, because somebody had asked a question about data in the past, we had 3 separate entities that were doing dispatch. We had 7 different clocks managing time in the fire alarm office alone. So data was really sketchy over there. To have one data source or one office that's providing that. We have much better data now about response times than we did prior to coming together. But I can tell you from my experience that I know, I've listened, my folks listen every day. Our response times are way down under this new system. There is no more of the 15-minute delays sometimes for some of the calls that we were going on. That was, not an exaggeration, but not all the time. But this is a much better system for the community as we start progressing and moving forward. So.
Counselor Houseman.
Thank you. Chief, you can stay there, I think, unless it's better passed to someone else. Is the staffing at the dispatch office a bargaining unit? What's the nature of because I'm interested as, our bargaining units are coming up for renegotiation. Is that going to impact this unit?
They are a bargaining unit. They're a division of the Beverly Fire's Local 1669. They're a subdivision of that local. And they are in contract negotiations. But I believe that we... Yeah, we were close to settling that contract, we believe, but...
Okay, and for the benefit of those on BevCam, Finance Director Ailes just said that there's a reserve to take into account negotiations for the contract, which is presently in negotiation.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Yes, President Flowers. Yeah.
Me?
It is, and it's actually really quick, and we don't need to do much more than me just pose the question to you here. I'm realizing that some counselors may have had a chance to see the dispatch center and to have a little bit of a look around with you and understand it. Yes. I wonder if you would be open to connecting it in the future, and we could set up a time the council could come and learn from you about what's actually happening in the dispatch center.
Interesting you said that, because I was going to offer that, because I think that definitely sheds a lot of light if you can come over and actually see the operation yourself and see what we do. So I welcome that and would really, really love for you guys to come see what you've invested in this far.
Thank you. If it's okay with you, Ms. Brown, I'll have the city clerk maybe reach out to you and we can set up a time that could be sort of a council time to come over for folks who want, and maybe counselors can reach out to you individually if that doesn't work for them.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Field trip.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, thank you.
And, all right, up next, we have Dr. Riccio, I'm so sorry. And this is from...
Thank you. Through the chair, may I drop off some budget booklets? I know that you were given some, but these, thank you. One of them had a typo in it, so my apologies. There is a revision date on the bottom left-hand side so that you know what is the most current.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Enough? Thank you. So thank you for having me again. This is my, I think, 9th year presenting the Essex Tech budget. And like in other years, we do have a budget book that's compiled of how we created the budget, enrollment trends, budget trends, grants, kind of what we have been up to. So at this point, I'll kind of just navigate through and point out some key pages, if that's okay. Because it's a large book, so I don't. So as you know, our mission really is to train the future workforce on the North Shore and beyond. We are a 166-acre campus that have 16 operational buildings, so quite different than a traditional high school, clearly, and even more different than a regional vocational school district by the sheer massive size of our campus, but also the number of buildings that we house. And so we are stretched across 3 counties. In the state of Massachusetts, Essex North Shore, you are able to apply at any part of your community within the state of Massachusetts. So it is a bit different than the other 2 agricultural schools that are more county agricultural schools. We are considered a state agricultural school. So we do take in kids from our 17 sending communities, but also an additional 41 communities. Right now, it is across 3 counties, because as you can imagine, it is quite a long bus ride to and from school. So they really have to be interested in agricultural education to be able to take part, but to also understand that it could be upwards of a 3-hour round trip commute. On page 6 is our enrollment by growth. So you can see there have been some spikes clearly in 2016, which is really when we first opened the building, and it was intended to spike. So we did enter our school year of 2015 with 1128, but knowing because of the nature of our school and the reason why we were 3 schools that came into 1 was to increase enrollment over time. In 2015, also the interest in vocational and agricultural education also spiked, and looking at the workforce trends. So many of the occupations that are in the regional blueprint on the North Shore are considered critical, and it's not necessarily that there are a large number of open positions or new positions. There are a large number of retirees that are leaving the positions. So although there may not be new positions, many of the workforce in our trades and also in industries like advanced manufacturing, the average age is 56 years old. So at this point, in October of 2025, all schools districts have to report through the SIMS data, and that SIMS data has us at 1,927 students. We did separate the in-district to surrounding, and the reason being is that our in-district students is where we gather our Chapter 70 funding. We do not receive Chapter 70 funding from our surrounding communities, which is 395 students. Those students pay a tuition, and that tuition is directly given to us by the Commissioner of Education. So we do not necessarily have control over what that tuition is. And you can just kind of peruse through, but on page 7 is our After Dark program. Beverly was actually the second school district to take on the After Dark program, so we're very proud of Beverly's commitment to career and technical education, and for those students that may desire a trade. And so at this time, we do have a number of students that are participating in After Dark. We have grade 11 students, or in 2026, we had 19 students, and in 2027 school year, which is the incoming next school year, we will have approximately 28 students. And the programs are advanced manufacturing, construction and craft laborers, and we did add early education and care. We do have a strong cooperative education program, which is in most vocational schools. We had over 400, by the close of the school year, we had over 400 students that are taking part in cooperative education. And what that means is that kids in grades 11 and 12 leave our school or don't even come to our school during their technical program area, and they report right to work. So they are earning as they're learning. We are also very fortunate that 11 of our cooperative education partners are from Beverly businesses. So things like dental, CVS, the Cumming Center, as you know, R&R Heating, Rexel, Stephen O'Brien Plumbing and Heating, Walgreens, Kikoria Tree Service, Gentle Dental, Beverly Hospital, and Cala Renee Salon. So really, in most often, any of the programs that we do have students employed in businesses that are taking part of your economy, as well as paying state employment tax. And if we can certainly move through, because again, I know it is a large booklet, and you can certainly ask me any questions that you may have. On page 27 is our grants page, and they are separated by entitlement grants and competitive grants. Entitlement grants are those that the district is entitled to. And so more than likely you have heard of Title I, Title II, Title III. In vocational education, we also have Perkins. So that is for Chapter 74 programs, and we receive Perkins funding, which can be used if we are starting a new program. So it's kind of seed money to start a new program or to develop a new technology. At the writing of this book, you will see that we have, between pending and received grants, we have a total of $13,632 million. The pending grants at this time, we did not get the $5 million infrastructure grant. However, we will continue to pursue grant opportunities for that. We did receive the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center for training and equipment, and this is related to automotive technology. And I know that Beverly has a strong green community, and we are looking at creating a service center where our automotive technology students are not only learning diesel or traditional auto, they are also learning electric vehicles. We are waiting to hear from the decarbonization grant, and we did get a portion of the Mass Clean Energy Center Green School Works grant. The next page is 28, which also reviews the excess and deficiency. So in a regional vocational school district, any funds that are left over at the end that have not been spent is what we call E&D, which can be used for two purposes. It can be used to offset assessment to the districts or for capital expenditures. And if you look at the blue highlighted additional expenses that we incur as opposed to a traditional comprehensive school model or a K through 12 is we do save for our capital improvements. We have the expense of the school resource officer, including benefits, legal expense, pension, property insurance, workers' comp. We do run our own transportation department as well as mechanics and any federal revenue shortfall. And as you know, we are an operating farm. So we have live animals that do require 24-hour, 365-day care. We're proud to know that we have 2 baby calves that were born, a male and a female. You may have seen them on our social media page, as well as 2 sheep. And we will continue to add. We have a very strong poultry division where we are adding chickens and we are selling poultry for sale for food consumption. We also twice a year have a meat share program that is marketed to the community, and that meat share is done twice a year as well. And we do believe that as a farm, it is extremely important that we do educate our agricultural students on the cycle of life as it relates to farm. On page 30, you will see, and Beverly is the first, because it is in alphabetical order. The enrollment in 2024 was 206 students. The enrollment that we provided the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education in October of 25, which is that SIMS data, which is where we get our Chapter 70 funding for, was 223 students. The cost per pupil for foundation is $18,223. However, we do have an additional transportation assessment, debt service assessment, which is the cost of the building, as well as a capital improvement assessment. So the grand total is $20,881 per student. Our budget is really a per pupil, so the more students that a community has, by nature, the more it will cost that community, because it is a per pupil assessment. If you look on page 36, we are very proud to report that we are the second most affordable regional vocational technical and agricultural school in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, based on the end of year reporting expenditure report for the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education of 2024. New data has not yet been updated. So if you see our expenditure report, although we spend $23,871 back in '24, which, as you can imagine, if you were to calculate the percentage over time, it's significantly more than that, we are not billing you for that same amount. So we are spending a lot more than what we are actually assessing our communities, and we're able to do that through competitive grant funding, foundation funding that we do receive from private foundations, because we do go after any available funds at all that we can capture. And we do take in tuition from 395 agricultural students at this time, which allows us to offset that budget. If you move forward onto page Beverly, you will actually see your enrollment as well as a picture of a student who resides in Beverly. Zeneb is in our dental assistant class, and she has a nice little quote here that says, "Every day in the dental program gets me one step closer to my goals of making people smile." Literally. So at this time, there are 66 ninth grade students that will then become 10th graders, 49 that will then become 11th, 54 that will then become 12th. We did graduate 51 students, and I had a piece of paper there. Did I give it to someone? Okay, it might be in one of your booklets, so I apologize. But our enrollment, it's a folded, no, that was Salem, but thank you. It's a folded pieces of paper, but that's okay. I believe we have 58 students that have committed to Essex Tech, and there is still quite a wait list of over 100 students. So at this time, I will entertain any questions that you may have.
We're all looking through our booklets like it's Willy Wonka with the golden ticket.
I know, it's okay. It's just a piece of paper that had handwritten notes. Hopefully by me writing it down, I've used my ability to kind of remember over time, but if not, I will get that information to you. Yes, 58. Great, thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation, Dr. Riccio. You always do such a good job of laying this out and coming with this beautiful presentation, and I really appreciate having all of the data in front of us that we can look at as you present. So very happy to have this as one of the offerings that we can offer our students in Beverly here. And with that, I will go to questions. I believe we'll start with President Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I feel like my questions are a little bit all over, so I'm not going to ask them all. I assume other counselors may, but I guess I'll start by asking.
I found it just in case.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I do understand that the school functions on a cost per pupil assessment, which you mentioned, but I wondered if you could help me understand, is the transportation assessment for each community based also on number of students individually or number of bus routes that run to that community?
It is on enrollment.
How many bus
And we
routes
are-
service Essex from Beverly?
I will actually have to look at that for you because I do not have the bus route information, but many communities are double, so there may be on the outskirts of Beverly that's on the Danvers border, so they're not necessarily always specific to Beverly, but it is a per pupil. So we have over 38 buses running each day.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's helpful. I was just thinking, I was just curious about it, because just thinking if it's one bus filled with more students or less students, it's still, I assume, the cost of the bus and the driver. So that's helpful to know that there's
Yes, and we do
multiple
get
routes.
reimbursed from the state. You may hear through the budget process, through the governor's office, it's the regional transportation. So sometimes it is 75%, sometimes it's 80%. So however it gets reimbursed in the governor's final budget or a supplemental budget, but we have factored that cost in.
The reimbursement is factored in as an expected
Correct,
reduction
yes.
to the community?
It's already factored into the.
Okay. So I wonder, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
I wonder if you could speak a little bit about, I think there's a shift that's happened since the last time, I believe, that I've been able to sit here and hear a presentation from you, is a shift in how enrollment happens at the school. And I may be wrong, but I wondered if you could talk about the shift from how selection was being done to a lottery system. And
Absolutely.
what impact that has on different communities.
Sure. So we have a couple things, I guess, is in May, the Board of Education created a new regulation that required all vocational schools, so not just regional vocational technical schools, but all vocational programs or school districts that have more than 5 Chapter 74 programs to do a lottery. And what that meant is we could either do what they call a selective lottery or a straight lottery. The selective lottery, however, really just gave a student an additional bingo ball as opposed to really it counting for anything more than an extra ball in the bin. And we decided that just a straight lottery was the best approach. And one of the reasons, just as an example, is that the state was allowing for 27 absences as getting an extra bingo ball. And if we're training our future workforce, we do not believe that 27 absences, unless obviously they have a medical consideration, would be exceptional attendance, because in 180 days, if you are out 27 days without obviously some medical situation in any case, you more than likely would not have a job. So for us, we decided to do a flat, straight-out lottery system. We did do 2 lotteries, one for our agricultural students, which are those students that reside outside of our 17 communities, and then one for our 17 communities. So that is how the lottery kind of works. We did it in February, which we think was a good move because it allowed us to capture the students faster based on the first round of the lottery, and we will continue taking students off the wait list. So for example, we have 58 students that decided to come to Essex Tech. Sometimes over the summer, the student may say, you know, Mom, Dad, Grandma, I don't want to go. So then they decline that. We will then take another student off of the wait list in order to assist kind of with reduction of the wait list.
With this system, is there a certain percentage of the slots that are allotted to each community? I guess I'm trying to.
Sure.
I'm thinking about, I absolutely understand and appreciate the work that you all are doing. I'm also just thinking about the rate of the assessment climbing here in Beverly for our percentage. And having to think about next year, we're facing a harder budget season than this budget season. And so it would be helpful to me just to understand, with the lottery, are there particular portions of the spots apportioned to community by size? Or I can imagine if not, a lottery could result in 100 students from one community and none from another. I'm wondering how you account for that balancing.
Sure. We have an admissions subcommittee that has been operating for 6 years, that has been looking at the data from an equity lens as well as community lens. And with that, and when the lottery came in, we needed to make a decision, because you are correct. You know, if 3 people from Nahant apply and 200 from Beverly, the likelihood, statistically speaking, of a Nahant kid getting in is very few. Yet they are still expected to pay the capital of what it costs to build the building. We did draft a draft allocation that we thought was well done based on historical data. However, we did have communities that come to us, including Beverly, with some concerns about the number of students that were being enrolled or selected for Essex North Shore. So recognizing that, we did do a 1-year protocol or procedure for that, so that allocation was done, and it was done based on the 8th grade population of kids that reside in Beverly, and not the 8th grade population of kids that had applied to Essex Tech.
Okay.
And that is a 1-year situation, because obviously the lottery is very new to us. It is new to everyone in the state, so we really don't know where the numbers are going to lie. I will say at this point, there's 41% of our Beverly students that are coming into us in grade 9 have a learning disability.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna not ask further questions and give other counselors a chance to ask, and if something goes unanswered, maybe I'll come back around. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, President Flowers. Counselor Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So first of all, good evening, and thank you for the presentation and the materials. I have a very granular question, then a broader set of questions, if I may. Could you explain what's going on page 24? It looks like these are perhaps different scenarios in which you would fund your budget and how to address cuts and so forth. Is that essentially what each one of these 1,
Sure.
2, 5 levels are?
I can explain that. I'm sorry that I didn't, because it was marked to explain, but this is in our budget each year, and it's really how we came up to the 4.5%. In our district, in November, we have a budget timeline that is presented to our district committee, and it is also sent out to all of our staff. Each department is given a Google sheet of budget documents, different line items. Those departments, working collectively and collaboratively with their colleagues, create a budget, a desired budget for their program or their department. They then submit it right before Thanksgiving, and then it comes to the directors. So the directors that oversee the program or the departments. So the first draft was 15.7%. So those are often wish lists. You know, a teacher may want a new piece of equipment or more copper or what have you. And so we look at that, and then we start kind of narrowing it down. And so in the right-hand column, you will see how we were able to narrow down from a 15.7 to a 4.5. Since I have become superintendent, we have made it clear, even during the pandemic, is that we do product over people. And so we have asked our teaching staff and our instructional staff to really look deep into how we can reduce our budget without reducing staff. Because we do believe, you know, in our staff. And we're very proud of the fact that we haven't had to reduce staff through a workforce reduction, although, as you can imagine, we do have increasing enrollment, so that would make sense, but also in difficult times. So we were able to reduce, as you see to the right, by kind of moving positions into a Chapter 74 tuition account that was able to then reduce the budget. Or we sought alternative grant funding. So we received, for example, a private donation of $1 million for clean energy initiatives. And so some of the equipment that may have been put into that original first document could actually be part of that private foundation's donation that they gave to us because it related to clean energy. And that's just kind of one example. And then that's how we got down to 4.5%. So 2 of the big ticket items that we did take out of the budget, we did a teacher negotiation this school year. We're happy to know that everyone's leaving this summer with a ratified contract, so we're extremely excited about that. But we did take out the contingencies for that and moved it out of the operational budget and put it into our Chapter 74 tuition account in order to reduce that contingencies. We also, if you've been here a little bit for a long time, when Essex Aggie closed, the state retirement required that Essex North Shore had to pay the remaining balance, and it was 17 years of a balance of $420,000 per year, which had nothing to do with Essex Tech's retirement, the Salem contributory mass teacher retirement. This was a specific county retirement, state retirement, and the government or they determined that we are required to pay for that for the next 17 years. We have a few more years on that because that was in 2016, but it really is about $420,000 per year. We had normally put it into our operating budget, but knowing that we needed to reduce our budget, we did move that also into a tuition account.
Continue, thank you. Thank you for sort of walking through what, it looked like it was an iterative process of how you developed your budget. If I may, it sounds like your teaching staff is its own bargaining unit. You just said they're, closed their contract. What is the, what are the increases that have been negotiated for the salaries over whatever period of time? on that bargaining unit?
Let me just see if I can answer that right
Sure.
now, because we ratified it, but is it
It's too early, maybe?
public? They ratified it, and then we approved it in executive session. All right. Could I get back to you on that?
Yeah,
I want to
if-
respect
if
the
in doubt,
process,
be-
if
yeah,
that's
in doubt, be
okay.
careful.
Yeah, I mean, don't
100%.
worry, you'll probably find out in some newspaper, so.
Yeah, no,
But I will definitely send it to you once it becomes public. I do want to respect the work that our team did.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
What, basically, the, sort of, having dealt with the granular question of page 24, I sort of want to step back in 50,000-foot level. Every municipality in the state, all 351, I believe, are facing real severe budget strain. And many school systems around us are laying off teaching staff. Beverly is not an exception in having a math problem. We're limited by Prop 2.5 in terms of what the revenues that go up, plus new growth. And yet that is still less than the cost of inflation for health insurance, supplies, and you name it.
Correct.
We're all facing that. So we have a math problem. And so far in our budget review process, we've gone through the municipal side of our budget. And speaking in broad generalities, we have a lot of cuts, a lot of 20% cuts in various different departments. In contrast, over the last, I'll just pick the last 5 years, for example, the funding to the Beverly school system has gone up well in excess of 2.5%, in contrast to the municipal side of the budget, which has been basically flat, or in this case, cut. And so I want to ask you, as a leader in education, and I'm sure what I just said to you is none of it's a surprise, maybe a little bit in the details, but how do you think of the challenges that municipalities, in this case Beverly, how they should address the real needs that we have to fund our schools? And in your case, you know, there's a growing demand for the kind of school that you are a leader of. How would you advise us as policymakers who have a math problem to think about the funding for, in this case, your school, where the percentages of increase, and I'm going to assume that these are adjusted on a pure pupil basis so that the percentages are fair, but even if they're not, 21% in FY23, 25% in FY24, and then 23.8% in FY25, 10%, and you get the picture. This is 17% for FY27. There's a real disconnect financially between what we have available to fund an incredibly important resource and the money we have to fund it. So that's a very broad question. You can answer it any way you want.
Sure.
But how would you suggest we think about solving that math problem?
Thank you for asking me. The number one thing that I would suggest is that we are Beverly Public Schools. You signed on to have Essex North Shore be the vocational school of choice for Beverly. So I do ask that during the financing process, you add us as a school to your budget process. Because every kid in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has a right to career, technical, and agricultural education. Those percentages that you gave is strictly on the increase in enrollment. So while the bottom line increased by those percentages, it is not the per pupil expenditure that increased. I will again ask you to look at the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education end-of-year expenditure report by pupil and by school. And when you do, you will see that Essex North Shore expends less and bills less than many of our sending communities. So that's number one.
Sure.
Okay, so thank you.
No,
So
and-
thank you
and
for
just to be-
listening.
And just to be clear, I mean, on page 36, I almost started with page 36, which gives the, the per pupil expense problem. So I recognize and acknowledge the, the pure, you rank very well in that category.
Thank you. And so with that, we are very empathetic to our communities. And we can say that we do look at it. We did make a commitment to our sending communities at the request of the Beverly mayor, is to restrict enrollment for our in-district students to 427 students for the next 3 years. So we certainly are aware of what those challenges are and empathetic to it. I can't necessarily make recommendations to your budget or what I would do if I were in your situation, but in my situation, when I have an increase in enrollment, there's then an increase in needs. Our special education enrollment is going from 18 to 20% to 35%. So there's significant needs as it relates to special education, and as you know, we are required to make sure that every kid has an opportunity. The cost of materials, as you know, continue to increase. And as a vocational school, what used to cost $19 for a 4x8 sheet of plywood is now costing $36 to $40. And so just that magnitude of supplies is really a concern for us as well, but that is kind of what drives our budget, is the cost of materials. So again, I can't really comment. I'm happy to be part of any meeting if you'd like in the future, which I have always offered kind of my services to kind of talk through the budget process. I mean, I do know that Paul Manzo, who, kind of sits on your committee as well as our committee, does an amazing job. And I hope all of you in the city of Beverly is really proud of what Paul Manzo does. Because of any of our community members, he is the one that is very thought-provoking, very thoughtful in his questions, and really does ask the right questions.
If I may, just to follow up.
Yes.
Yes, Paul is, Mr. Manzo is a zealous advocate for the VOC. He serves on the Financial Forecasting Committee, which I've been on for a number of years. So I appreciate the answer, and I appreciate the perspective of saying, think of the VOC as part of Beverly Public School Systems. And I would say, at least speaking for myself, I do. We're still left with our math problem. And, we're going to face, not this year, but the following year, a situation where we're either cutting the school department or eliminating departments on the municipal side. And no one up here likes that. And not everyone will necessarily agree with that statement, that that's how it sort of will sort out. But as I look at our fiscal situation, that's where we are at, and it is an awful situation. But the problem is, it's an actual situation, and it's a math problem. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to go Counselor Spang, Counselor St. Hilaire, Counselor Rotundo, and then President Flowers. Oh, actually, we're taking Todd off the list. So President Flowers, and then, so Counselor Spang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about the After Dark program and how you determine which programs will be offered for that. Because I know there are students who would like to participate in it, but they may not see their field of study of choice offered.
That's a great question, so thank you for asking that. Over time, what we look at is where the needs or program enrollment. So years ago, we did have, just as an example, we had an electrical and plumbing after dark program. Unfortunately, only 3 students signed up. So we were paying, here's your math answer for us. So we were paying for an electrical teacher and a math teacher and a plumbing teacher, full-time, to educate 3 students as opposed to educating an additional 14 students in a waitlisted program. So we did have to make that difficult decision because as a parent, if I was a Beverly parent and my kid was on the plumbing waitlist and enrolled in the HVAC program, and another student from another community got to do an after dark program in plumbing with only 3 kids, I would question that, mathematically. That is similar to this school year. We did graduate or next year we'll be graduating our last health assisting class. And for that very reason is that we have a very large wait list of already enrolled full-day students. And so we did need to make that difficult decision. However, we wanted to make sure that we had more a traditional female program and then a traditional male program, and that's where early education and care comes in, which is a pathway not just to early education, but also education overall. The construction and craft laborers, which was our first program, and that is very successful. However, that program is, one of those teachers is funded by the laborers themselves, so they're not even in our operational budget. And so that is how we are able to address if there's like a smaller number of after dark kids in that CCL program. The union, Local 22 out of Malden, is actually paying for that teacher as well as their benefits. So that doesn't come out of our operational budget. Advanced manufacturing is one of the critical areas of need on the North Shore and beyond. So advanced manufacturing, machine tool technology, welding, metal fabrication, those areas are a high need and in the North Shore, so we have committed to the advanced manufacturing. We did sunset it, however, we brought it back after meeting with some of the partners.
Counselor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Riccio, I just wanted to follow up on Counselor Hausman's line of discussion related to the budget challenge. You mentioned in your comments at the mayor's request there was an enrollment cap of, I thought you said 447 students. Is that accurate?
427.
400, and currently what is it, the enrollment?
Well, that's for in-district students for grade 9. So incoming grade 9 students would be capped at 427.
What does that mean?
It means that for in-district students, right, of our 17 communities, out of those 17 communities, 427 seats are allocated and divided up among, based on the allocation of those 17 communities. So we cannot take any more in-district students outside of the grade 9, incoming grade 9.
Is there a specific cap for Beverly?
There is, and unfortunately, I don't. Well, it's not a cap, so thank you for, it's a cap. So 71, 51. So there is no cap in vocational education because you have minimum. So the minimum is 51. You currently have 58, and how that happens is Marblehead got allocated the same number of Danvers, yet there weren't even that number of applicants. So those 11 extra seats, so every kid from Marblehead that applied got in. No wait list in Marblehead. The 11 extra seats then go into the general pool of applicants. And I'm sure it's no surprise, the cities have the largest number of applicants. So Peabody, Beverly, Salem, Gloucester, Danvers. Danvers is a town, but it's a large town with a large population. So those are our 5 largest sending communities that have, many of these communities have almost over 50% of their 8th grade population that reside in Beverly, which is very important to say that because it's not just Beverly Public Schools. If they go to a charter school, if they go to a Catholic parochial school, if they go to another private school or, you know, the Landmark, but they reside in Beverly, they are counted into that. So that's kind of how that goes. And so, again, likelihood is if those 5 are the largest communities, historically, if you were to look at the wait list, you will see that when a kid gets off the wait list, the likelihood of them getting off the wait list in one of those 5 communities is higher than a kid from Middleton, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
President Flowers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may, I have sort of 2 separate questions, but the first is just also to follow up on Councilor Hausman's conversation. And I agree. I also think of your school as a Beverly Public School, a piece of that whole big picture. I don't want to speak for Councilor Hausman, but for me, where I think the thinking that we're focused on here is it's really tricky because at the same time, I wish we could afford to invest 17.4% year over year in our Beverly Public Schools. But there are Beverly Public School educators and school committee members in this room and all of us who know that we can't. And so I both very much respect your comment, and I think what Councilor Hausman, without speaking for him, was trying to get at is our math problem is tricky, and that year over year increase, although for a smaller percentage of our students, is what we wish we could do for all of our public schools. And we're grappling with a reality that's very far from that. So I think that's where we're trying to really think about how to solve a really difficult problem and an important one. With that, my question for you then, you know, I definitely respect you're talking about some of the expenses that are very unique to a school like yours, materials, particularly the cost of materials. I mean, we can understand that even from a different point of view, which is any construction that the city's doing, the cost is exponentially higher now than it would have been, and that's also based on material cost and labor, and so you're rightly, I think, pointing to that. I apologize, I should know this, I'm not as familiar with this piece of your operation, so I hope this is where you can help me. One of the things that we're left to do with our Beverly Public Schools that I think if we, in a perfect world, we wouldn't want to, is charge students and families transportation fees, athletic fees, and activity fees. So essentially user fees. I'm curious if you can help me understand, and not because I'm trying to ding families at your school with fees, but in juggling all of these costs, I'm curious if you can help me understand if there's something similar at Essex where students pay for part of the materials for a program or part of what they do. I'm just not as familiar. I don't know if you can help me with that.
So 2 things. They do pay for in certain programs. So they will pay for what we call a starter set of tools. And why we do that is that there are some kids that at Christmas time, their parents buy them a $1,500 tool set, and then they come in, and then there's a kid that does not have the means to purchase. And so it's kind of like the haves and the have-nots. So what we created was a system where this is the tool set that you need. It's at a reasonable cost, and any student that cannot afford it, obviously, we would provide that. We have a HAWC fund, and so we put money into that HAWC fund, donations, you know, whether it's Jean Friday or, you know, all of that money gets put into what we call a HAWC fund. And so if it's a uniform that a student doesn't have or need, then we provide that. So cosmetology kits, they need a cosmetology kit for their trade area, so that's another area where they would purchase their own tools or supplies. Obviously, consumable supplies is part of their operational budget. Grade 9 students have not yet selected the program, so there are instructional supplies that are part of that budget as well. In our programs where we service, for example, culinary arts, automotive technology are kind of the 2 big ticket items where we take money in. The cost of that food actually comes out of what we call a revolving account, and so it's money in, money out. So the money that we purchase the food from is the money that we take in from the sales of the food. automotive technology as well. So if you are getting your car service there, we charge cost of materials plus 30%, and the 30% is really meant for any of those incidentals, you know, the 30-point service, so we're not gonna charge them $2 to fill up their wiper fluid, but we just kind of build in that automatic 30% to allow to pay for those consumables that are not the pieces of equipment that they need to repair the car. And so that is another kind of example of, we also do charge for activity fees and athletics. Last school year, when we looked at that, as you know, if a kid's in indoor track and in the wintertime they're running through the hallways, that's very different than a hockey player that is looking at private ice time. And so we do have it on a scale based on that, and I can provide that to you. I don't have it offhand, so I don't want to give you misinformation, but I can provide the sliding scale of what that costs per student, per sport. Most schools also, like us, we do have a cap, a family cap, because we also want to make sure that we don't want to deter kids from doing an activity or a sport, because that is really where a lot of their skills for life come from, and, you know, having a really great coach and being part of a team, and as you know, it can save a kid. So we really make sure that no student is. As far as transportation, because we are a regional school district, it is different, it is formulated different than a traditional K through 12 system, because we are traveling to 58 different communities. We have our own buses, our own bus garage, we have 3 diesel mechanics, 1 ag mechanic, a transportation manager. And so with that, that reimbursement comes to us as a result of the regional transportation reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And I want to be really clear that, you know, I'm not looking to, there's people in this room who have children at Essex, and
No,
it's a
that's
great
fine.
experience. I'm not looking to try to ding families there, but you sort of opened the door to my thinking about this by saying, think of this as Beverly Public Schools. I think it's fair then maybe to ask, I'm thinking about equity now, and I'm thinking about it even in terms of busing. You did just help me understand, because my thinking was going towards, we obviously rightly pay transportation costs for students who must seek out-of-district placement. You sort of opened the door for me to think about, is it that equitable if we're going to think about this as part of Beverly Public Schools, when you said that for our Beverly Public School students to have to pay a transportation fee to ride somewhere in Beverly. And we do incur some of those same costs you do. We're not a district that contracts out for busing. We also own our buses, the bus yard, the mechanics, right? So definitely sympathize with those expenses. I think it's fair to say that's something that we're juggling as well. May I ask one other question? It's completely different. Mr. Perry, may I ask for Mr. Perry to help me with this one?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, may I ask a question of you?
I was going to have Mr. Perry speak eventually as well, so.
This is just
This
to help
may
me
be
with
a
the
nice
math. It's
segue.
just a me math problem.
Okay.
Counselor Husband, you said we have a math problem. Mr. Perry, I've been trying to do some back of the envelope math and I'm having trouble making it match up. I wondered if you could just help check my assumptions. It looks to me like I mentioned 17.4% year over year, but the actual dollar amount increase year over year is $689,801 for Beverly's assessment. It's on page 116 in the budget book.
That's correct.
Am I correct then, page 24 in the Essex budget book? Is it correct that the $1,856,622 is the final budget increase overall for the school? Is that where it lands? Is that where it lands? Yes. Keep checking this math, Mr. Perry. It looks to me like $689,801 is 37.2% of that total increase.
Madam President, I just got this 10 minutes ago,
Sorry.
so I'd have to check it for you.
Okay.
I did not get an advance copy of this document.
Thank you. I guess, so my question, I guess I'll back to Dr. Riccio if I may. If my math is right, can you just help me understand? It looks like on page 30, our enrollment participation percentage is 14.5%. And I understand that that's as of, it looks like that's of October 2025. I understand these numbers do come out later. but could you just help me understand if my math is right, just per pupil, just the discrepancy between what I think is the percentage of that total year over year and then our percentage of student population?
So I don't have the Beverly budget book that you're referring to, so it's difficult for me to comment on that dollar figure of 689,000
Okay.
on this podium. I wish I had it all memorized, but I do not, so I do not want to give you misinformation. However, your budget is not 37% of the 4.5%, so I think maybe I can certainly come back if you'd like, and I can look at what your budget document is saying, because I don't have that information, so I don't want to give you misinformation. But if you do look on that page 30,
Yep.
right, Beverly is 14.5666% of the overall enrollment based on the October 1, 2025. The per pupil minimum contribution, which everyone needs to adhere to, is $17,680 per student. The total minimum required contribution by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, because they determine that, we do not determine that, is $3,942,607. Therefore, when you take that, what you are going to be billed is above minimum. It's a percentage above minimum. And so the percentage above minimum is $121,158, which then takes you to the foundation budget of $18,223. And that is in green, kind of like 2/3 maybe across, or 60% across. And then if you keep going to the right, the preliminary assessment is $4,656,519, $20,881 per pupil. If you were to look down at all of these figures and you jumped to Peabody and Salem, you're going to see that those numbers are significantly less. You will also see that a town like Rockport is significantly higher. And there are reasons for that, reasons that Essex Tech doesn't have control over because the state determines the formula. And I know the state now, through a bill, has let's fix the formula for public schools. And so with that is, it really is about the tax revenue that comes into your communities, and how wealthy the community is, essentially, is what comes out to your per pupil cost. But again, that really is dictated by the state formula.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And sorry, I think maybe it's tricky because I switched percents to dollar amounts. I was trying to figure out just the percentage of year-over-year dollar increase. And I feel like when I keep dividing our dollar increase by 1,856,622, I do get 37.1 with some other leftover, but I'll talk to Mr. Perry more about that.
Okay, so just so that I just want to make sure that I'm looking up and giving you the proper information.
Yeah.
So that is in your budget book, correct?
Only the year-over-year increase.
That's what I mean, yes,
The
because that's what I
dollar
need,
amount.
okay, and
Well,
that's,
No, I did some subtraction to get it.
okay. So
But
yes.
we don't have to
Correct.
keep, I'm happy to chat with Mr. Perry about this. We don't have to
Okay.
keep on this, I'm happy to turn it over. to
Okay.
others.
And I can gather that because I'm sure it's all public information. So I will take a look at that and see kind of where our numbers are, where your numbers are, and we can certainly discuss that again. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
With that, if I could have Mr. Perry come up and just stay.
Oh, sure.
A moment. We can bring you back.
That's your book,
It's my
sorry.
book.
Take your book,
Sorry.
put your name on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. In conversations with the chair, I was asked to get up and have a few comments to you tonight about the vocational ed. As you all know, and it's no secret to all of you, I have been discussing this for the last 5 years. Councilor Houseman correctly indicated those percentages. It's a year-over-year percentage that the councilor has indicated. And he's right. In FY '23, we saw for the city of Beverly now, not necessarily the school system a 21.4% increase. The following year in FY '24, we saw a 25.7% increase. In FY '25, we saw a 23.8% year-over-year increase. In FY '26, it dropped to a 10.8% increase. And then in FY '27, the year that we're in now, and we've been discussing, it's a 17.4% increase. Your entire revenue package for FY '27 is increasing by 4.12%. That's your 2.5%. That's your new growth. We have 1.9 million new growth. Almost $1 million of that was funds we captured from utility property, which the assessors did a great job on. It's a one-time shot. It does build into the tax base, I acknowledge that, but still, it was a large increase. And then, as you all know, you added approximately $2.5 million in a trash fee. So that's what gets us to the 4.12% revenue increase. So any budget that exceeds, this year anyways, 4.12%, you're going to have to conversely cut someplace else to make it even, to make it work. And you're seeing that. You've seen that in almost all the municipal departments. They're anywhere from a 10% reduction up to 1 or 2% in the police and fire department. So in order to meet this stuff, you got to cut elsewhere. When I added up the 5 years for vocational education, it adds up to 99.1%. It's almost doubled in 5 years. I agree with everything the superintendent just said. The school system is one of the best financial ones. It's not the most, it's second from the bottom, I believe it was. I agree with that. That's been consistent with prior years. The per pupil cost is, reasonable in relationship to other systems throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The challenge that Beverly has, in my opinion, is enrollment. The superintendent was correct. It's driven by enrollment. And that's the part I'm struggling with as your budget analyst. I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Manzo. He even called me from England one time. Yes, that's a true story. And we talked about this. And we've had some very difficult conversations about this, and I've had that in front of all of you over the last several years. I have told you this is unsustainable at this measure because it just doesn't equal the laws of Proposition 2.5. It just doesn't. No matter how wonderful the program is, no matter how efficient it is, it's just a difficult environment, and if you're going to continue this path, you will have to continue cutting services elsewhere to pay for this. I heard some conversation from the superintendent about, I don't even know what's going on. There's some cap or something like that. I'm strongly recommending, as your budget analyst, that you have a conversation with the mayor and Mr. Manzo to talk about enrollment. I think the costs are stuck with the superintendent on a per pupil basis. The question is, can we afford the number of students we're sending? And Councilor Houseman is 100% correct. Next year's way worse. It's just going to be worse. And if my guesstimate on looking at the numbers they're sending in September, and given the per pupil, whatever the number will be in October, my inclination is you're going to see an increase next year of anywhere from 15 to 25% in this line item, and you just can't afford it. And I'm sorry to be the skunk at the party here, but the fact of the matter is this is something we've talked about for 5 years. It's something you have to consider as a policy initiative, and I've advised you in my opening comments this year that before you get to financial forecasting in November, that you have a policy conversation with His Honor the Mayor and Mr. Manzo about the affordability of vocational education going forward and whether we can do something with the student enrollment. Madam Chair, I'm sorry for these comments. It's not new to most of you, and it's a difficult one. But as your budget analyst, I have a fiduciary responsibility to bring this to your attention, to give you my advice. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
So I have a question for you, I believe, for Councilor St. Hilaire, from Councilor St. Hilaire.
Yeah, just a clarification again, who sets the cap and how do we get involved in that process?
I have been asking that question, Councilor. The mayor's here, Mr. Manzo's here, let's ask him. I believe the two of them sit down and talk about it. I could be wrong on that. I'd like to know the answer to that question myself. Who determines the number of students that are enrolled from the city of Beverly into the vocational education? If someone can answer that question, I'm happy to give up this microphone right now. It's not you. Mr. Manzo, can you help us? By all means.
Everything is public information. So all of our admissions, subcommittee meetings are monthly. The agenda is posted, the meeting minutes are posted. You are all more than welcome to come. They are posted on our website through board docs. So I do want to make that clear. Working with Mr. Manzo, who is appointed by the city of Beverly to represent the city of Beverly, he has the ability to make decisions based on the needs of the students and the community. So let's not forget the students, where their families are paying taxes, the same trash fee that you're going to add, our kids that reside in Beverly, those families will be paying those same fees. So prior to the lottery, there was a selective criteria. The selective criteria was on a number of things. Interview, attendance was really the primary. There were no caps, there were no minimums, and it just always worked out based on the number of applications that the top 5 were the top 5. I will say 8 years ago, I had a conversation with the former superintendent who said, how do we get more kids at Essex Tech? We want more kids at Essex Tech. They need it. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, since Governor Baker, created a skills cabinet. Part of that application is to increase access to high-quality career and technical education and increase enrollment. That was our charge. We took that charge seriously. We have nearly 1,800 applications for 565 spots. Think about that. There are nearly 1,800 families across 3 counties that want something different than their traditional high school. I just need you to think about that, okay? Because these are very difficult times, and I do empathize. And I will say that Essex Tech probably runs the best vocational budget in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts because of the competitive grant funding, because we are empathetic to the needs, but you are a city where your demographics are very different than a much smaller community, and you should have this form of education. We are educating your electricians, your carpenters, your laborers, your kids are working at Beverly Hospital as a nurse right now, as a CNA. And they're able to do that because of the certifications that they acquire at Essex Tech. So with that, when the lottery came, again, public meeting, monthly, we determined, because there was no more selective criteria, how are we going to allocate seats appropriately for each community? We do have bylaws and we do have legislation, and in the bylaws, it clearly states that every community is responsible for paying for a minimum of 5 students, regardless of how many kids are there. It's in our bylaws. So knowing that we had multiple smaller communities or communities that were towns that may not have the same number of applicants or the same number of students that desire career in tech ed, we looked at enrollment over 5 years. So what is our enrollment over 5 years is what we looked at. We then looked at, okay, well, let's look at the graduating class over 3 years and then with an upcoming. It didn't really change much, and that is where we came up with a draft allocation procedure. The one change, however, was for the smaller communities, because we were not going to give Nahant 3 seats if they're responsible for paying for 5. So we bumped up those really smaller communities, Essex, Rockport, into like a minimum of 5. That was going in front of it. What it did pass through the subcommittee, the admission subcommittee. The admission subcommittee is made up of our 5 largest communities. It is made up of Jamie O'Brien, who represents the Department of Agriculture, as well as Mark Strout, is a representative from Marblehead, who is our chairperson. It was approved. We then sent it out to our communities, and at that time, we were asked, a letter came from the Beverly superintendent to put a pause and to look, and it was signed by 3 other communities: Beverly, Salem, Peabody, and Danvers. And so with that, we held a meeting on January 6th, open to the public, to review the information. At 9 o'clock the night before that meeting, I received an email from a superintendent, again, requesting that we have a new proposal for you. So all of the work that our admissions subcommittee did for an entire year was asked to let's listen to this proposal. I didn't get an attachment to the proposal. I just got our 4 communities are going to present a proposal to you. So we did. And there was great conversation. And I think it was great conversation even from Mayor Cahill, because it was, what is your projected enrollment? And that's kind of where the promise or agreement to the 427 cap came from, because we are empathetic. And so if we keep that cap as is, those 4 communities did present a proposal that did look very different than what we had presented. And what that meant is that it pushed many of the accepted students' allocation onto the smaller communities. We then had a meeting, again, public information. Many people came and presented. And then we presented an alternative, which was a small bit different than the representatives of the 4 communities had presented at that January 6th meeting. That is what got approved. It has always been, since the beginning of this lottery, that it was a 1-year procedure. And the reason being is that it was our first year of the lottery. We have never had allocations before, ever. So how do you try to figure out what the best way of that allocation is? Clearly, we thought looking at enrollment was the best way. It wasn't for others. And so we did make that adjustment and modification. So that is where the allocation was founded and approved and is now being used. So I don't know if that answers the question.
I think it sounds like we're good. I'm gonna hold that. Yes, Councilor Hausman.
Thank you. I'll be relatively brief. I just want to verify a couple of things that I jotted down and make sure that they're accurate.
Sure.
I think you said, and I don't have the years, but the vote has presently special needs students. It went from 18% up to currently 35%? Did I get that?
Of our incoming freshmen,
Of incoming freshmen?
yes.
Okay.
41% of students from Beverly, though. So obviously, the numbers are going to fluctuate when you bring them together as a whole.
Okay.
And that does not include 504s at this time.
Okay. a second, and there are three of these, so second out of three. I think I heard you say, and I didn't quite capture all of it, that when you count the number of students that you're using for something, I guess overall enrollment, you don't count just the public schools in Beverly, you count all of the schools, private, parochial, and so forth. Can you just explain that a little bit? I'm not sure I caught that.
Sure. So I moved to Beverly. I have a child. They're in preschool, and I choose to send them to St. Mary's. That child lives in Beverly until they graduate from high school and go on to college, and they continue to go to St. Mary's. That child is not necessarily counted in your Chapter 70 fund, but they reside in Beverly. That child has access to public education. So say if that child from St. Mary's decided, you know, at an 8th grade to go to Beverly High School, instead of St. Mary's, you would then assume the cost of that child to educate that child.
Sure.
I think that's probably like the most simplistic way of explaining it. And I can give you, if you would like, we do have a great dashboard on our website, and if for enrollment and admissions, and if you clicked on Beverly, you would get to see where every kid went to 8th grade. So you would see how many kids went to Beverly Middle School, you know, how many kids, we have kids that go to a Peabody Middle School, kids that go to a Gloucester Middle School, for whatever reason, but there are kids that are not in your Beverly Public Schools that we accept because it is a public school and they do have the right to it.
Okay, thank you for that
Yes.
clarification. And then the last, the three of three. In talking with President Flowers, you talked about fees that are charged at the VOC. And I wonder if you could just rattle off what some of those fees are that are charged to students for various services. I think you said transportation's
Yep.
one.
No,
Okay,
sorry,
so
no.
Again, that's the reason for my question.
Thank you. So parking, if a student wants to park on campus, they are charged. Athletic fees, activities fees, and then uniform fees, and then a tool fee if that program requires tools. So not every program requires tools.
Sure, okay. So, and then I'll just make a brief comment. The problem we have is not really just a math problem, because everyone up here, everyone in this room, I'm sure, recognizes the incredible importance and value of education, whether it's at the VOC or whether it's at, you know, BHS in the non-VOC system, you know, even if it's in private or parochial schools. We all value that. I mean, our arena of decision-making is more constricted than all of that. But within the public school system, we all understand the importance, are empathetic to it, to all of the families and all the challenges, because behind every one of these numbers is a real human, right, and a real family. The problem we have, on top of that, though, or underneath it, however you want to look at it, is still a math problem. And that's what we are struggling with, because it is so hard, because this is really important. So I just want to make clear, at least for myself, that you understand this is not, that we understand the importance of your mission, right? And appreciate the mission and the work that you and all of your staff do. But we have an additional problem. That's all. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for saying that, and I do agree. I do believe that all schools are underfunded in the state of Massachusetts, and that starts at the governor's office. And I am a strong supporter of funding all schools because they are our future. So regardless of what pathway anyone takes, whether it's technical education, it doesn't matter. Because guess what? When they graduate from college, they got to go to work. They have to earn a living. And if they cannot afford an apartment or a house in Beverly, Massachusetts, and they need to go to Hampton, New Hampshire to purchase a home, that is a problem. And so I agree with you. It is certainly a statewide problem, but I really do believe that our state legislators and our governor should really be looking at this because it is concerning for me as well. So I do empathize with you, and I empathize with everyone, because I agree. I think all schools should be funded because they are our future, and that's all we got.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riccio. I really, I want to echo the sentiment about that both you and Councilor Houseman said, that it's really, we're all in this together in this aspect of schools need to be better funded across the board. And I hope you really do feel like you're part of the Beverly Public School system, because we're all going through this department by department. You're not, this has been a common theme through our budget season. So it's cold comfort to know that you're not alone in this type of, these challenges that we're facing together as a community, and Essex Tech is a part of that community, and we consider it to be that as well, and that's why we're asking these questions and really looking over everything with the fine-tooth comb and making sure we understand it, because the challenges are so hard for all school funding, and it is a statewide funding formula that's really a huge part of the problem. So I truly appreciate your patience in answering all of our questions and presenting here tonight. And I know there were some scheduling changes, so I appreciate you also changing your schedule around for us.
That's okay.
So.
And I do appreciate the questions, because I do believe that you should know the information that you are asking. So please know that I take no offense at all to any of the questions, because they're great questions and they should be answered. So I appreciate you advocating for the entire city of Beverly. I appreciate us being here. I will say, I think this is my 11th budget hearing, because we do have 17 communities. So I will echo what you had said, Madam Chair, is that every community is facing similar. So the questions are very similar to what I have been answering in all of the communities. So again, thank you for having me. You can call me anytime. I have a direct line phone number. It goes right to my cell phone. I am happy. I answer phones nights, weekends. I would rather you have an answer on a Saturday afternoon than get frustrated until I call you back on Monday. So that information is right also on the website. But I will provide the other information that you did request as the 689,000, kind of as I look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to jump, I just want to jump in here for a second, just to actually thank you all for listening, and to reiterate what Heidi said. We're here all the time, so if I'm in England, you can give me a call. We serve at the pleasure of the city of Beverly, and thanks to the mayor for appointing me. This has been an honor and a privilege to serve as your representative to Essex Tech. And so when you have questions, whether it's June 17th every year or any of the other 364 days, please reach out, ask us the questions. Sometimes the long form answer is easier to give when I'm not standing behind a microphone and you've got a calculator in front of you trying to work the numbers yourselves. So thank you again for supporting public education in Beverly and at our vocational school down the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manzo. So with that, I'm going to call for a short recess, a 5-minute recess. So do we have a motion for recess?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. All right, we'll have a 5-minute recess.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order, Finance and Property. Before we get started with Dr. Cushing's school budget presentation, I'd like to also mention some other city officials in the room. We have Aaron Brown, who's the Assistant Superintendent. We have Emma Puglisi, who is our School Finance Director. We have Ward 6 School Committee Member John Taylor. We have Ward 4 School Committee Member Lindsay Ducharme. And we have Ward 2 School Committee Member Madeline Lennox. And I think everyone else is... Oh, and Lorinda, well, she did get announced before, but yes, we have School Committee President Lorinda Visnick. So thank you very much for being with us here tonight. And with that, I will check in with Dr. Cushing, if you'd like to present your budget tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just checking in, Kim, is my level good? Okay.
Great.
Just want to make sure.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this body. Really appreciate the fact that I've had the opportunity to meet with almost every single one of you and have conversations about the Beverly Public Schools and the vision for the future of the Beverly Public Schools. And some of that is going to be discussed tonight. Later this evening, as part of my evaluation, I will be sending my report of entry findings to the school committee for their first review prior to being sent to everyone. But elements from that report have also made their way in here. I also want to take a quick moment to thank the members of the Beverly School Committee who have put so much time and effort into the budget process this year. Also, without Emma Puglisi, really an amazing part of our team, we wouldn't be here today. I also want to make sure that I thank Erin Brown for her work, Bethany Spolansky, and Dr. Andre Morgan for their work as part of my leadership team. I also want to take a moment because what we do in schools doesn't happen without our educators and our paraprofessionals. All right, it doesn't happen without our administrative assistants, our food service personnel, and our principals, assistant principals, and other curriculum directors helping to make sure that there's coherence and consistency across our district so that no matter where a child in Beverly goes to school, they get the absolute best across our district. So this evening, a critical essential question, slight variance to what was asked of our school committee this year as we go through the budget process is how do we maintain and improve upon instructional practices and comprehensive student support given available resources? This year, I presented 3 budgets to the Beverly School Committee and to the entire community of Beverly, because it's not just about what we can do, all right? It's what we should be doing. We should be presenting and pushing the boundaries of the funding available to us. We have a moral obligation. I'm not saying that a budget is a moral document, but we have a moral obligation, an imperative to make sure that we are raising the bar and advancing the academic outcomes for all of our students in Beverly. Excellence for all. And that's why I took a swing at 3 separate budgets. I spent a lot of time attending the financial forecasting meetings, like many of you here, so that I was well informed about where we were in the city of Beverly. So budget timeline, I include this in the official record just so that you as members of the city council have a comprehensive understanding of our budget timeline. Budget priorities, I have some backup document slides for this, but I will go through this quickly. So the budget priorities were established from my meetings with members of our school and district leadership team, also with meeting with every single member of our school committee to understand where their priorities were. The overwhelming majority of those meetings were individual, but there was for time a meeting with 2 members at once. So first, to provide robust and diversified student learning opportunities. Provide comprehensive student supports in a least restrictive environment. Long-range strategic planning and prioritization to support student belonging, engagement, and learning, and to enhance communication with our stakeholders. We, as the Beverly Public Schools, have to do a far better job outreaching to those people who don't access us to make sure that they understand how great our schools are doing. The amazing programming, especially thinking about across our district, but innovative career pathways at Beverly High School, as an example. Our JROTC program at Beverly High School, and so much more across our district. These 4 budget priorities have also been slightly tweaked to be able to serve as the 4 pillars of my entry findings, to identify our strengths and our areas for continued focus as we move forward with improving the Beverly Public Schools from where we are right now, so that we are second to none in the Commonwealth. There is no reason that the Beverly Public Schools should ever have to think like, you wanna know something? Weston, Wellesley, Natick, Needham, it's okay, they can have it. No, we should be demanding better. We should be demanding more for our students. So this will give everybody the strengths, areas for long-term growth under these. These were done earlier in the year as part of this, but want to make sure that we're investing in strategic communication platforms. As an example, SMORE is used by many school districts. We don't use that. We use Google Docs as an example from my newsletter that I'm sure many of you get. That will be inadequate in about a year from now, and we will have to find a product that will provide ADA accessible translations, ADA accessible alt text for images, and SMORE is a product that will do that, but that's something that we have to find the money and budget for, as just a quick example. So our budget drivers: contractual obligations, enrollment, student needs, special education increases, inflation and rising goods of costs and services, and availability of budget offsets. So the school committee spent a significant amount of time on May 20th to look at the budget that I recommended versus the other 2 budgets. And I really want to applaud the Beverly School Committee. I also want to make sure that I give full credit that Beverly has invested in its schools. Unfortunately, it's an investment that it's not like replacing the windows in your house. You do it and don't have to wait for 50 years. It's a continued investment. It's an annual investment. It's a moving target investment. So the approved critical needs budget by the Beverly School Committee looks at certain enrollment reductions and additions. So looking at reducing a 0.4 teacher of the deaf, reducing a 0.6 technology support integration specialist, school committee recording secretary. It also looks at several additions based on enrollment rising numbers. We'll talk about those a little bit later on. That's at Hannah and 2 at North Beverly. Reducing and completely removing, with the exception of some class sets, iPads for every single student in our 2nd grade. This follows a trend over the last 2 years, I believe, of the Beverly Public Schools of not funding and not supplying iPads for every student in kindergarten and 1st grade. This will also be part of our work in the coming year to really look at the digital tools our students are using, and are they as effective as pen, paper, writing, or how can we best, following the pandemic and following a real dive into using devices, how can we do this better? Reducing an administrative assistant in the special education office, and looking at retirement savings. I believe we have 13 retirements at present. That number may have gone up by 1, but the last number I recall off the top of my head is 13 retirements heading into next year, which will come to a retirement savings of about $200,000. Then the critical budget requests totaling $1.29 million. An Ayers School special education teacher. We will be transferring a special education from Centerville to Hannah School. That's budget neutral. Beverly High School special education teachers, 2 full-time equivalents. Beverly Middle School special education teachers, 2 full-time equivalents. a Beverly Middle School art teacher, which will help and alleviate pressure on the Beverly Middle School schedule by having that global applications teacher. A Beverly Middle School assistant principal. If you recall, this year, one of the budget reductions was an assistant principal. We are putting that back in because a school of that size should operate as small learning communities with the assistant principal leading those small learning communities. A learning community of 700 students is not a small learning community and bucks the research and evidence of how those small learning communities can operate and work. So Centerville School Paraprofessional, which is for our SSP program. 1, McEwen Preschool Paraprofessionals. We knew we were gonna have to add these as enrollment numbers rise throughout the course of a year. So those have actually already been added back in, but to budget for them next year as well. And then district-wide aim and attain paraprofessionals. We have really robust programming in the Beverly Public Schools to help keep Beverly students here with us instead of becoming out-of-district placements. We need to make sure that we are supporting those programs with the staffing levels, all right? So this was our initial request. So the school committee approved critical needs budget comes in at $6.7 million increase for a total of 842 full-time equivalents for a budget increase of 7.85%. If I'd known better, I would have gone for 17% as well, but we were being reasonable. All right, so one of the other budgets presented was a balanced budget approach. Having gone through the process of financial forecasting and understanding that there are a lot of city services that are needed, we tried to look at the ways that we could reduce it because of enrollment reductions in some place. And I want to be very clear, and I'll get this later in the presentation. Beverly Public Schools enrollment has largely remained static over the last 10 years. It's about a 0.1 or 0.01, I have the slide later on, increase over that 10-year period. And that's really important because other districts around us and throughout the Commonwealth are seeing enrollment declines. We're not seeing that at present. What we're seeing is static enrollment. I also want to be clear that we have parents who are devastated that their children were not selected for school choice at Beverly Middle School. So for anything you may hear, there are parents who are begging us, and I have the emails to prove it, begging us for their child to get into the school because of how good of a school it is. So, the balanced budget increase over FY26 is $4.5 million, or a 5.27% increase. Similar to what was presented previously, I'd like to call attention to the second line in green from the top, forecasted offsets from grants and revolving funds. So similar to Essex North Shore, not all of our resources come from the tax base. We also apply for and receive competitive grants. We also make sure that we are constantly looking at those grants. I'm with Erin frequently when she is reviewing those grants, making changes, making adaptations, so that we're squeezing every possible dollar out for the benefit of our staff and students. Okay. All right. So here's the balanced budget summary. You can see the budget codes. You can see wages, compensation, and benefits. I forget which city councilor posted recently about what we have to play with. All right. The red essentially, thank you, Councilor Feldman, but the red is our contractual compensation and benefits. All right, and I apologize, it looks at, which represents 83%. My eyes are going. Apparently old age is not for me. And then we look at other expenses throughout the district. Balanced budget summary. looks at a total of an FY '27 increase of 1.0 staff members. A few weeks ago, we were at minus 2.0 FTEs. Some enrollment concerns of some bubbling numbers at Hannah and North Beverly that I mentioned previously had us look to our school choice revolving fund as one primary source of funding to offset those and not increase the overall ask to the city through the school committee. Here are forecasted offsets. These numbers presented here represent the approved fee increases to transportation, preschool, and athletics. All right? Apologize. All right, further revolving funds. I know that's small, but I have shared this with everybody about an hour and a half ago. I emailed it to everybody on the committee, on the council, my apologies. Here are the not proposed fee increases, but these are the approved fee increases. We looked at approximately 10% increase to fees. Athletics, the tier 1 sports of football and hockey are going up by $35 to $350. Athletics tier 2 sports, inclusive of the sports listed there, don't let me read them all for you, $30. The tier 3 sports, going up approximately $20. Middle school sports increasing by $10. Preschool, looking at for 5 days an increase for our peer students of $2,000. Peer students at 3 days, $1,200, and peer students at 2 days of $800. And then transportation, as has been said previously, the Beverly Public Schools runs our own transportation department. I will say, having sent out bids and went through the process of transportation, the city of Beverly is exceptionally fortunate to have its own transportation system. The cost would be substantially more if we were contracting. So I just want to talk briefly about class size guidelines. So in 2005, 2006, school committee recommended a set of guidelines. Kindergarten's at 22 students per class, grades 1 and 2 at 25 students per class, and grades 3 through 12 at 30 students per class. District and school committee recognized that smaller class size may be desirable, and so targets from the guidelines have been established at kindergarten through grade 2 at 22 students, grades 3 through 8, 25 students per class, and grade 9 through 12, 25 to 30 students per class. Way too small, I apologize, but it is in your packet and elsewhere emailed to you. So elementary class size overview. These are our projections for next year. And in grades 1 at Hannah and North Beverly and grade 2 at North Beverly, where those hotspots that we were seeing exceed those guidelines, exceed the targets. Even I get confused with them sometimes, but exceeding the targets. And so that's where we went to put in those resources. We do have some hotspots at Centerville grade 3 in particular that we're watching. But you see across the top, the class size target, 22 through grade 2 and 25 for grades 3 and 4. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to manage class sizes in a way that remain reasonable for teachers to know their students and for students to learn in an effective environment. So elementary reductions and critical needs through this budget is looking at enrollment reductions of a grade 4 teacher at Hannah, a grade 3 teacher at Centerville, and a grade 4 teacher at Cove. Now, those still maintain, all right, those maintain the class size targets that were spoken about previously in those grades. And then you see the 3 additions You see the 3 additions there through Hannah and North Beverly. All right. We are reducing, and this is with great pains, 3 instructional coaches across the district. Instructional coaching, professional development happens a few days a year and through effective staff meetings and perhaps at other points throughout the year. However, job-embedded professional development through instructional coaches is critical. I know people who have written dissertations on how effective instructional coaches are to building the capacity of educators. And I want to let you know that this is an extraordinarily personally painful thing that we have to look to reduce. All right. We're also reducing our City Connects program by 1.0. And then at Air, Centerville, Hannah, and Centerville again, increasing special education teachers and SSP paras. Every single available resource in this balanced budget approach has been, with the exception of the assistant principal at Beverly Middle School, has been thoughtfully done to address concerns with special education. Every resource, and I know many of you were there a few weeks ago at Beverly Middle School, but we're driving our resources to support special education. Enrollment adjustments at Beverly Middle School and Beverly High School. So looking at a 2-person reduction in grade 5. So moving from 16 teachers, 8 teams of 2, to 14 teachers, so 7 teams of 2. And then 15 across the board for the remainder. At Beverly High School, we're looking to reduce, and here's the Beverly Middle School enrollment reductions. Also a reduction in combination of the middle school and high school registrar position, and then an increase to address critical needs of the assistant principal that I mentioned previously. An enrollment reduction at the high school of a science teacher, reducing a 1.0 school adjustment counselor and guidance counselor. Those are 2 people, both 0.5 positions. And then special education teachers at the high school to address critical needs that have been identified. I also want to be clear, and I know I've said this at school committee, these reductions are not taken lightly. Similar to on the city side, these reductions represent human beings who are entering a more challenging job market. But you know, this is also the responsibility of the district to look at enrollment and to make recommendations. And so the area that a teacher will be reduced at Beverly High School is in the science classes. And so that will affect our enrollment from 19 students this past year, as we are about to sunset the FY26 school year. That will be projected to increase to 22 students per section. This does not reduce course offerings or any AP offerings. There are district level reductions that I've also previously mentioned as part of the school committee's critical needs budget, that again, I applaud them for passing. But assistant teacher of the deaf, reducing any advertising the district does, will use free opportunities to make sure that those, the necessary advertising is done, and make sure that whatever we have to pay for is limited to as little as possible. School committee secretary, technology support and integration specialist, elementary library position that I know is really near and dear to the hearts of many parents, caregivers, and members of the school committee and members of the city council. I want to be clear that that's the type of position that if we have 1 for 5 schools, we are not allowing that person to be effective. It's the type of position that you need more of. Looking at retirement savings, and then the McEwen increase to pre-K para and increase to AIM attain paras across the district. These right now are kept at the district level. In future budgets, you will see these paraprofessionals at the schools that they're housed in, but this should also be seen as a resource to be used across the elementary and the middle school. I want to talk to you about a few things as I close out my presentation. You've probably seen this. on our Facebook page and in my weekly memo a few weeks back, the Beverly Public Schools were recognized by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education for being one of 55 districts to increase to reduce our chronic absenteeism rates by 5 percentage points. And yet, we have to make the tough decision to cut our City Connects program that does this work. But, and so this is a really amazing achievement by the Beverly Public Schools and something that should be applauded. We have people working consistently to make sure students are here every day and ready on time. I want to talk about electric school buses. Through Mayor Cahill and others, a significant amount of work went into getting these buses through a grant, and the charging infrastructure was unfortunately cut out at the federal level, and substantial work has gone in to making sure that those chargers are actually coming online over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And the finish work is being done so that these buses will be ready to operate by the end of this year. We may actually see them rolling on Monday. So shifts in federal priorities are what stalled that charging infrastructure work. However, it will be commissioned by June 30th. I think it's actually already been online. I was in the yard the other day, checking it out myself as an EV owner. So a Type C bus cost, Type A's are more of your van type buses versus your Type C, which are a high capacity conventional bus. Pre-pandemic, a diesel bus would cost $85,000. Now they cost upwards of $150,000 or more. So getting these buses through the grant has saved the district almost $1 million, not considering the environmental impact as well as the lower operating costs, as we've seen, for those of you who own gas-powered vehicles, how those prices have spiked over the last several months. This was what I talked about earlier. You can see down here, it's a little small, but the percentage increase of the Beverly Public Schools student population over the past 10 years is 0.1%. We have remained static. If you compare us to other districts across the state or other districts in our DART analysis, DESE puts out a thing they call the DART, the District Analysis Review Tool, if I remember correctly on the spot, that allows you to compare with similarly situated districts. And we have remained exceptionally static, all right? I give you the QR code. Every 7 or 8 years, the Massachusetts School Building Authority sends surveyors to schools to assess the condition of every single school building in the Commonwealth. They conduct interviews, they do a look at the chattels of the building, the equipment, the roof, all the types of things that go in, and look at the repair infrastructure. If you scan that QR code, it will bring you to that website where this information is also housed. I also want to talk briefly about school nursing because we have amazing nurses in the Beverly Public Schools. I've been to several other meetings. I've seen them working in action. We literally had a nurse save a student's life this year. I mean, think about that. All right, one of those thin bottle caps went the wrong way down as the kid was playing with it, and the nurse and Greg Twombly literally saved this child's life. All right, amazing nurses. But I will say, there are no regulatory requirements of the number of nurses in a building, all right? But we have amazing staffing, and we're really making sure that we're addressing the acuity of care that some of our students need. So ultimately, 3 questions remain. From my entry findings, I've tried to weave everything together. What does our district require to build a school system that is second to none? how do we accomplish that very complex goal? And what are we, as a community, prepared to do? What are we prepared to do? I've heard Councilor Houseman, I've watched all of your meetings over the last several weeks, and I've heard about how dire next year looks. I've had conversations with Jerry Perry, wherever he is, if he's still in the room. There you are, jacket off, threw me for a loop. I've had extensive conversations with Brian, the mayor. We are thin at the Beverly Public Schools. I have to be honest with you. I've talked frequently at school committee about how we have an athletic director, but Beverly loves the fine and performing arts, sees ourselves as a real fine and performing arts community, yet we don't have a director of fine and performing arts. We don't have a theater skills teacher at our high school. We eliminated strings in 3rd grade last year, but we're a fine and performing arts community. There are many more programs and teachers, and we should be not just dipping our toe in, but we should be diving headfirst into trying to identify those career technical education programs. I've heard people say the VOC. I worked in the Medford Public Schools for a long time. We have a CTE program there that's really good. I helped on board a couple of programs. I only say that to say that the VOC is the old. It's CTE programming, the tech. We don't want to say that because it diminishes that. And you're right, they are a part of our school system. I tend to go with CTE programming. Yes, they used to be vocational schools. Yes, they still offer vocational programming. But I see this as my opportunity to help and educate everyone here. The bottom line is this. I firmly believe that the Beverly School Committee a few weeks ago voted in a manner to demonstrate to this community that yes, a lot has been done. More is needed. More is needed. Rising healthcare costs, all right, as one example, all right? Rising facility and utility costs. Things completely outside of our control. We have to find a way to do more. I really appreciate your time. I look forward to your questions. And thank you for letting me be more intimate with you as opposed to the back podium for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cushing. You can stay there if you want. I like the closeness of it. So thank you so much for the presentation. This was really helpful. And I do plan on looking over the slides a lot more, so I appreciate having a copy of that as well. I do want to commend you and the school committee for all their work on being able to have that robust discussion about different budget options, because with your predecessor, I did ask at the end of the budget process last year, I did request that. I mean, that was something that I want to understand what the school committee and the superintendent thinks we need in terms of budgeting to fully fund our schools, because I think everyone up here is a proponent of school funding, and we really want to support those schools in whatever way we can in our community. So I appreciate the work that went into that, and you know, we're all struggling with all the budget challenges today. Every community, we're not alone in that, and so I do have a couple of questions, but I think I'm gonna open this up to my fellow counselors first, and I just want to remind everyone in the room and following along at home that our job as part of the budget process as counselors is to hear these department budgets, and then our ability to do anything with that budget is only the ability to cut the budget. That is our role as city councilors. And in that regard, I would hope my fellow counselors, if they are to bring up in that line of thinking, if my fellow counselors would remember in their line of questioning that any
other topics that are about other departments or other funding, if they're talking about cutting those departments, it should be in direct relation to the school funding budget tonight, because we are here to hear the school funding budget, the school committee budget that was presented. And so anything that we talk about in terms of cutting expenses in any other department, I will take tonight as saying that is advocating for asking the mayor to allocate that money elsewhere to the school committee, to the school budget, because this is the school budget meeting. So if we're going to talk about putting money and taking money out of the budget somewhere else, we're talking about it tonight to put it into the school committee budget. So just want to start off with that, because that the mayor has the purview to add funding to any of these line items, and we do not. So it would just be a request on our part as counselors. So, yes.
Can I offer just one other thing
Yes.
too, when we talk about this? You're right, it's not just a Beverly problem. A significant part of the problem is being a minimum aid community, all right? And the fact that we receive the minimum aid for our students, all right, from the state, and I forget the exact number of communities, just because I've got a lot of numbers going around up there, but that number of minimum aid communities continues to rise, all right? And in all honesty, the state should be doing more, and we need to hold all of our legislators and the governor responsible. I don't think just accountable, but responsible for what are they doing to stop the rhetoric and implement real change to the funding formula so that cities like Beverly are not making the decisions about a fire truck or teachers. Sorry.
I agree. Yes. I will start with President Flowers, and then I will go make my list.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cushing, for your presentation and for providing that to us as well. And thank you, I'll echo that thanks to the school committee for the work that they've done and that you and your team have done as well. I have 3 different questions, and they're on 3 different topics, so I hope that's okay with you. The first is just a really concrete question. Your thoughts about, you mentioned the shift and relatively slight shift in the size of science classes at Beverly High School due to that reduction. And you mentioned likely to go from 19 students in a section of science, and correct me if I got the numbers wrong. Average, to an average of potentially 22.
Yep.
And so just a very nuts and bolts kind of question for you. Is there any impact, I'm thinking about sciences, particularly with lab sections or lab components where it's very hands-on. Is there any concern you have or any impact that you see with even that potential average increase? Do you have concerns about impact to lab sciences?
Generally speaking, no. In my experience, many lab spaces are set up to be established for 24 to 30 students. But generally speaking, 24 is kind of an industry standard number. In looking at advanced placement classes and other more advanced classes, you might be able to get more students in, but that's, 24 has been, in my experience, scheduling high schools, that is the number around where we should be.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, more of a maximum.
Thank you. Is it okay for me to ask, the other 2 are not really related to that, but thank you. I know as you were talking, you were trying to highlight some of those areas of impact, and so, I think part of what we're all considering up here are those areas of impact, and then trying to be the best partners that we can be as well to the needs. The other is sort of a cluster of questions, and it is budget related, but it's not going to sound like it at first. So you had the slide about recognizing Beverly's recognition for improving attendance, which I appreciate the work that's been done on that. Can you remind me what number of days represents chronic absenteeism?
Yeah, so it's 10% of the school year or 18 days.
18 days.
And I want to be clear about this in looking at attendance data. DESE does very much a binary. You're either there or you're not.
Okay.
So,
Can you, this is gonna tie into the budget question that I have. You alluded to City Connects and the work that went into, helping to improve Beverly's attendance across the board. What happens if a student is over that number of days that represents chronic absenteeism as far as the district? What's the obligation on the part of the district?
Yeah, so the district is obligated and mandated to have a truancy officer who works, students at 5 days will receive a letter, and then at 10 days and at 15 days, a student could be unenrolled. But it's about reaching out to the families. It may be filing with the court system, which school districts really try to avoid to do, because families who are experiencing students with chronic absenteeism might be facing a host of other challenges. So utilizing the court system is frequently a last ditch effort. You may or may not remember, it used to be called a CHINS, all right? Child in Need of Services. It has been switched probably at 10 years now to CRA, which is a child requiring assistance. But the district really has to prove what they've done for courts or probation to be involved, to make sure that we're outreaching to families. We're working with families to find ways to re-engage a student. So there is a good degree of work in making sure that our students are not chronically absent and that they are present.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's not the students who are dealing with chronic absenteeism, if I'm hearing you right, the district is obligated to continue to work, and I think rightly so, I'm not making a judgment here, but there's not a number of days at which you can just sort of say, we're gonna stop reaching out to that family. This is an obligation that you and your team work on?
Yeah.
Do you see any impact? Do you have concerns about that given the reduction with City Connects? I know there's other things that happen, but you and your team would presumably still be working to support those families and those students with or without the City Connects staff support.
Yes,
Can you talk to us about how that would happen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be in any situation where, I know Councilor Rotunda owns a restaurant. If his dishwasher doesn't show up, the dishes still need to get washed. Not to reduce the job of education to that, but the reality is that, you know, the bandwidth will be stretched. One of my principals sitting down, talking to me about budget this year, said, when we were talking about one of the cuts, and I forget specifically which one it was Principal Smith, said, well, we'll figure out a way to get it done. And, you know, what's not in this budget? I believe right now, at present, 3 of our elementary schools need assistant principals. Ayers Wildside is at 410 students with our principal. That's a bandwidth problem that we're asking people to continue to do more and potentially just light the fuse on burnout. So my answer is, yes, we will do it. However, the resources available to do the job are substantially less.
That makes sense. And there is no number, whether it's 3 days, 5 days, 15 days, 27 days, you're gonna keep working on this.
We're gonna keep working. There will come a point where districts will unenroll students who are unresponsive simply because that continued absenteeism is significantly detrimental to the metrics that are being looked at. And, you know, I mean, but I will be honest, in 17 years now of school and district leadership, that it's a rare occurrence. But it is something that districts, at the end of the day, may have to do. Now, that also can negatively affect the district.
Of course, and thank you. I'm not trying to belabor that point. I do appreciate, I think there's areas of impact that we can very clearly see, and then this one, I think, is one that we may not readily draw out, but as you said, this is work that has to get done and should get done to support students and families, and I appreciate that it's getting done. This is my last question. It's probably much more straightforward. You mentioned CTE, and I recognize the challenges in the budget that we already have, but I also, thinking about the number of families who are looking for that kind of education, do you have thoughts about striving to add some CTE education in Beverly Is that a goal for the district?
It is 100% not yet a stated goal of the district. It is a goal.
What is CTE?
CTE stands for Career Technical Education.
Thank you very much.
Yep, it is what is Chapter 74 programs that used to be the VOC, the tech, those types of things. When Father Cannell would yell at us in freshman religion class, okay, he would frequently say, well, if you don't do the work here, you can do it at the VOC. And it was a negative. What I'm trying to say to everybody is, it's not a negative. They're amazing schools. They're amazing programs. And being involved with one, I'll be honest with you, if I could turn back time and change one thing, it would be the Patton Wing still being here. Because the school district I left had a high school of approximately 1,200 students. Beverly High School is a high school of approximately 1,200 students. That high school now has 17, when I left it was 15, now has 17 CTE programs with approximately 50% of the school's population enrolled in in-house programs. When you look at our data, all right, districts that have in-house CTE programs keep their kids. They don't see. It is something we definitely have to look at. I understand that it also requires funding. We are going to be looking at grants. We're going to be looking at ways we can do it. We also have space constraints because that's not what Beverly High School was designed for in its reconstruction. So there is a lot of things to be considered. But I do appreciate that Dr. Riccio earlier this year said that she would not stand in the way at that public meeting that she mentioned. She would not stand in the way of any schools looking to add their CTE programming, and that she would be a resource to help us.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I happen to know some students who were not able to be accommodated in the After Dark program at Essex who do attend Salem High School's programming, and so that does make me think about the potential for other local high schools to do what Salem is doing, and so I'm glad to hear that that's a goal. I'm very supportive of that.
The one thing I will say is that the After Dark programs are really wonderful, okay? And as I said before, in my previous place of employment, we had several districts sending their students. And that was great income, until guess what? More and more students of that district wanted to be part of the CTE programming, and the seats were not available. And so my concern is, as Salem builds a new high school, okay, and that becomes a more attractive destination for Salem students, that those opportunities might become closed off to us. And so what are we as Beverly prepared to do to make sure that this year, 181 students from Beverly, and I believe the number is 171 Beverly Middle School students, applied for admission through the lottery to NSATs. 51 get in. The number right now, I believe, is actually 57 through a quick count. It was down to 56, but on May 31st, they had been in another student, so it's up to 57. I'll send you those links as well if you're interested. So that to me means that 130 students, 181 apply, 51 get in based on the minimums. What are we doing for those 130 students?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Counselor Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Dr. Cushing.
Good evening.
I have some very specific questions, so hopefully I won't take as long as I did with Dr. Ricci. You can sort of repeat an awful lot of what I said, you know, to her and in dialogue with her, to this conversation as well, because they're very related. I want to second what you said about, for starters, about the state legislature and the state governor and lieutenant governor and how they're dealing with education and the impact it is on across the state, and also with the formula relating to Beverly being a minimum aid community. I do think that is a big part of our problem. And I also want to say I was at the vote discussion of the three different budgets, the school committee, and I appreciate the work done by you and your administrators and the teachers and the school committee in trying to craft the various versions of the budget, and speaking very passionately for what you want, right? And advocating for what is needed. But at the end of the day, as I said before, we have a math problem. And that doesn't undercut the importance or the value. You talked about the budget being, sort of a moral base. I would say a value base, but however you want to slice it. Our budgets speak to that. They speak to, because behind every number, there's a person. So I just want to say that I'd like to make two suggestions, put them on the table for consideration. They're not going to be popular, but I kind of find myself in this position, I guess, a little bit this year. One is to suggest on the municipal side that the health insurance copay of 80%, may have the term wrong of copay, but ought to be re-examined and adjusted to help alleviate some of the stress on the budget. I don't take any pleasure in suggesting that, but as a way of trying to be even-handed about suggestions. The other is to my colleagues, and I do consider, although it's not my expertise at all, and I try to stay away from it for that reason, but I do consider the school committee members to be colleagues. So I want to suggest to them to look at fees for next year. When I started as a city councilor, I'm pretty sure we did not have kindergarten, we had a kindergarten fee, and we celebrated the point when we got away from that. But as times evolve, our approach to these terrible problems we're having is to address in a realistic way what we have. So I think there is pain that needs to be shared on both the school side and the municipal side, and we need to face up to it. Those are only my suggestions. We are on the receiving end of the decisions made by people, yourself on the school side, the mayor on the city side. So as Councilor Feldman said, we don't have a lot of bandwidth. But I would just throw those out because I think next year is going to be so much worse. And I do expect a year from now to be sitting here with us wrestling between laying off teachers versus closing school departments. City departments, and I desperately hope I'm really wrong about that, but I do really see the train coming down the tracks, and as best as I can make out, that's what I'm seeing. So it's awful for me to hear those words coming out of my mouth, but I'm afraid that's where we're going to find ourselves.
So if I may, I appreciate that. So you said wants versus needs.
Yeah,
We're not even at the wants,
I know.
okay? We're not even at, you wanna know something? We need air conditioning in the field house, okay? As an example just materialized in my head, there's a want. We're at critical, fundamental, basic needs. And you're talking about the train coming down the tracks, which I love that analogy. If we don't put the tracks, the train's gonna derail. All right? The train will derail if we do not properly fund our education system. And that goes back to, what is Beverly prepared to do? I watched the trash fee, I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping that Beverly was prepared to do more. I get it. If I could offer, and I've shared this with many people, I lived in Central Mass. When I first moved to Central Mass, town of Air, all right, I went to town hall for whatever I needed to go for. And I said, hey, by the way, can you tell me when trash pickup is? Person laughs, city boy from Boston, because that's where I'd lived for 10 years at that point. So no. You can get a dump sticker and bring it yourself, or you can pay a private person, a private company. And they gave me a list of 3 or 4 or 4 or 5, whatever it was. When I moved out of air in 2019, I was paying $75 a month for a 35-gallon bucket and a slightly larger, but not 96, recycling, for a grand total of $900 a year. I'm gonna be honest with you, I got 3 kids, and Boston Globe recently published that in order for a family of 4, so I'm a family of 5, to live comfortably, you need to make $315,000 a year. Between my wife and I, we're not there. And I've got 3 kids, one who's in daycare for $24,000 a year. I understand the financial pain, okay? I personally delay paying my mortgage until the 15th of the month because I don't have it. So I get it. Like, I do. I get it. And I know where people were. I heard them here. And I understand it. But also, what are we prepared to do? And only 19 communities in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts have a kindergarten fee. Okay, so think about that for a second. The last time a kindergarten fee was in, Emma, it brought in approximately how much? About 500,000? All right, because you gotta think about all the kids on free and reduced lunch, okay? You gotta think about all the families going through significant economic hardship. And so while we might calculate out 300 times the number, that's not the real number. So I've put together a proposal for a fee advisory committee. I presented this last week, so I'm just gonna quickly go through the slides so that you can see. Came up with a purpose for it. Came up with a proposed committee membership of school and district representatives, program representatives, community representatives, parents, caregivers, school committee representatives, all right? Might reduce that number and look at one of the member of this board or more to be a part of it. Look at the committee responsibilities. I'll just give you the 4 key areas: review existing fees, evaluate potential new fees, develop recommendations, and analyze key factors that go into fees. And then meeting timeline. I really appreciate the school. I haven't had time, my school committee members, to edit this, but I do really appreciate, like, the timeline here needs to be truncated and condensed to be able to do that. So I just wanted to make sure that, yes, fees are on our mind. And that is definitely something that needs to be considered.
Thank you, Dr. Cushing.
Yep.
Counselor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Cushing. I think Councilor Feldman said it right. I think we all want to see our schools do well. We want to see them funded well. I've got a record of trying to cut things on the municipal side of the budget that I don't think are as important as our schools to try to increase funding. And so I think we all come at this from a place of trying to solve the problem. You know, I think that's part of what frustrates me, and I just wanted to get your take. The school committee passed a critical needs budget. The mayor chose to pass a budget or forward us a budget that did not meet those needs. Yet this budget document we have includes funding for $2 million for City Hall, $30 million building, a project. Includes, as Councilor Houseman said, you know, a very rich health benefit that has not been attempted to be renegotiated ever. Includes DEI directors, sustainability directors, funding for the mayor to travel all over the country. Are you as frustrated as I am that these resources aren't going to our schools?
You know, I don't think it would be really appropriate for me to speak on that. I think if I were to speak on it in Ipswich, I'd be, you know, qualified as a resident there. The bottom line is that a city needs to function. You know, we recently raised a pride flag at Beverly High School. And the vitriolic emails that I received, which are all public record for anyone who wants to request them, all right? After somebody took it upon themselves to post to a Facebook page and receive 600 comments, all right? I see DEI director as something that is needed when that's the response to raising a flag for traditionally marginalized populations. Also, anyone watching, we raised a Juneteenth flag today. My email is pcushing@beverlyschools.org. I'm happy to respond.
Dr. Cushing, you know, you've advocated for the trash fee. You've advocated for tax override. I think it's a fair question to say, do you support the City Hall project? Do you think that's good spending when we're cutting special education and we're cutting assistant principals from the critical needs budget?
We're not cutting, I'm increasing special education in both budgets. I will be honest, I don't know how a 300-year-old building doesn't need a renovation.
$30 million renovation?
I'm not an architect, I'm not a developer. I
Adding
will
an
say
entire
this.
building? Adding an entire building off the back of this?
You know, Councilor St. Hilaire, I will say this, in my last district, I was responsible for all facilities.
Justification was more meeting space and upgrading workstations.
I'm sorry, I'd like to keep this.
The bottom line is.
Bring this back to the topic on hand. He's not being interrogated.
Listen, a 15 million, I'll give you this example. A project between two schools that was supposed to cost $15 million, by the time all was said and done, was costing almost 30, and there was no value added. The cost of everything has gone up exponentially, and we're all suffering for it. I do appreciate your questioning, but I'm not the person to question on it. The reality is I need to do as much as I can to get for the Beverly Public Schools, because there are students who, when we say we want to do something, there's a difference between we want to do it and then we find the hard decisions and we make the tough choices and we raise the fees or we raise the taxes or whatever we have to do.
Those aren't the only choices. We've got a budget full of choices. $2 million for City Hall.
You know, okay, so I'm going to say this. I'm going to step in here as chair and remind everyone in the room what I said at the beginning of this comment, that anything you're advocating to ask the mayor to remove from the budget is only being said here because you, apparently Councilor St. Hilaire, are saying that you would like to allocate $2 million of debt service. That is in the schedule to
I'll speak for myself.
make sure that excuse me, I'm stepping in here, and I would like to say that it's part of that debt service line item that this City Hall project is going to, that $2 million next year in the operating budget, on the schedule in 5 years. If we do not maintain that debt service line item, that means the school roofs at all 5 elementary schools will either be hitting our operating budget or the school's budget. So I want to state for the record clearly that Councilor St. Hilaire is asking to cancel a project that has already cost the taxpayer money and is asking for that money to be freed up to go to the school fund.
I did not say that. I did not say that,
I did say
Madam
at the
Chair.
beginning that anything.
I did not say those words.
I know you didn't, but I did make an announcement at the beginning that any cuts that you're indicating that you want removed from the budget, if you are bringing it up tonight, are only for the purpose of going to school funding. So we're gonna keep this on school funding. And that's where I'd like to keep it, because this is your meeting tonight, and there's a lot of questions that we have to get to that have to do with our schools, because that's what we're here tonight for. School funding is a top priority for our community, and we are looking at every single way to try and fund this. So when I look at the long-term health of our community, I think, what are we gonna do in 5 years? What are we gonna do in 6 years? Because that's our job as fiscal stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. What we're supposed to do is we're supposed to go over these things and not just think, what sounds good this year to say we kicked the can down the road. I'm not doing that to our kids, because the kids in those schools are the taxpayers that are gonna pay the price in 10, 15 years here in our community because we made decisions here tonight in terms of investing in our city's infrastructure. Those are the voters of tomorrow. And I might not be sitting here in this seat or any of these seats in 10 to 15 years, but I care deeply about those people and those future voters and citizens that are going to be accepting the responsibility of the choices we make here tonight. So I'm representing all of the taxpayers, future and present, when I say that I do not think it's a good fiscal responsibility choice for the taxpayer dollars to flush $1 million down the drain, because that's the net cost. We've already spent about $3 million on this project. We're only saving $2 million. So we're gonna take $1 million, flush it, not invest in our infrastructure, drop our debt service. So that's why I'm gonna bring it back to the school committee.
and the budget that was presented here tonight for us, because that's what we're talking about tonight. And I would like to get back to questions regarding the school budget. With that, Councilor Rotundo.
I don't know if I want to follow this.
Don't bring up any cuts unless you plan on them going to school funding.
How's I going to do increases? And it is sort of speaks to what you were just presenting with the fees. And look at, if we go back, way back in time when these fees were created, and let's call it what it is, it's a tax. We know that Mitt Romney instituted them back in the early 2000s for the exact same reasons. We had financial situations. This is inflation that we're dealing with right now. And I'm glad to see you're at least revisiting the kindergarten fees. I know I've asked you at the beginning of the year, I know I've asked the school committee president, I've asked the mayor as well. So it's no secret that I say, no, we don't want to put the fees. I also sat on several committees over the many years and looking at ways of how to cut expenses on the school side, working in the school capacity on saving money so that we could continue, financing those or paying for those really critical needs in the budget. So I'm glad that you're looking at it that way. I've also said maybe looking at redistricting and seeing if that hasn't been touched in 15 years, and is there a way of looking to see, are there resources that are being distributed that could be relooked at? And just, I'm hoping to keep an open mind of all of those different aspects. Look, we repurposed the school, and we took McEwen to become now administrator in preschool, and preschool now is thriving. It really is growing, and the kindergarten program is doing well as well. But I just want to continue and advocate to look at all these continued options because, it is a math problem even on this. We're seeing a 5.27% increase in the budget. It's not enough. We know it's not enough. But if we're only taking in 4.2%, the numbers, there's a delta there, and it's not sustainable. We know it's structural. We've said that. And so at some point, we've been cutting, we've been cutting the fat off, and we're into the bone right now on the municipal side. And I know you've recognized it and said that, and I appreciate that. I truly do. I appreciate that. I know you and I have had many of those conversations. And like I said, it isn't a question. It really is a statement. I know Council Hausman had mentioned it and you brought it up. But the fact that you are looking at other avenues. I mean, look, we looked at putting advertisements on the side of buses at one time in order to do it. So those are different things that we were getting creative back in the early 2000s. We're back there again. And so it's things that we're going to have to start looking at. I know you're going for grants and things of that nature. Great. And so maybe these are other opportunities to raise revenue. Same thing with the trash. We had to raise the revenue on that, although we didn't go to the full capacity of what was proposed. So that's all. I just want to make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Milady?
Thank you very much. I will say, to be an optimist, Dr. Cushing, when my daughter, my youngest, was out of daycare, it was like the biggest raise I've ever received. So hang in there. It'll be worth it. I have two questions, and I guess one's a combination of a question and a consideration. So I really appreciate that you mentioned looking at some of the technology and how the district uses technology. As a parent, as a teacher, I feel like we're at this weird point in society where technology has the opportunity of becoming the big tobacco for this current generation. We have seen this year alone 1,400 school districts across the United States sue social media companies. That anecdote you just gave right now about the hate on Facebook is one of the reasons why, for my own mental health, I'm not on Facebook. It's a company founded by a Harvard dweeb to anonymously rank women's looks, so just take that into consideration. We are still reeling with the effects of social media on adult brains, let alone kids' brains, and it's very challenging, I'd imagine, for every teacher, every parent, to talk about being decent online when the adults are not being decent online. That being said, this is, I guess, my ask part. Why did you say my ask part? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm tired. We've been here for a while. My ask part. Did I say it again?
No, you were clear. It came out good.
All right. In the future, moving on. In the future, looking at how technology is used in our schools. I know, the cost in terms of the pie of the budget isn't a big driving factor, but as Councilor Rotundo said earlier, every cut could come at an opportunity. And I just think, there is a growing demographic of parents that would be incredibly appreciative, and it can also offer some nice in-house opportunities for staff to kind of, I'm not trying to be a Luddite and like throw out all technology tomorrow, but I think this could have some long-term mental health benefits, but also some cost benefits as well. And then a rough estimate maybe for you or for Ms. Puglisi, and it can happen later on, of that pie of staff, what percentage of that staff are we as a community legally obligated to have in terms of like a one-on-one or based off of somebody's IEP? Because I think it's important for people at home to understand it's not just a matter of cutting, a staff because, when I went to school, my class size was 36. Well, good on you. But some of the staff we have to have, like we're legally obligated to have. So that is something you cannot touch when you're creating your budget. Thank you.
Those are numbers I don't have immediately at hand, but I can get for you. And thank you.
I have a few questions of my own. The first is, in terms of this pie, I love pie charts. The green slice is tuitions, and I'm just wondering, does that mean out of district placement?
Yes.
Right. So I just wanted to be clear.
My contacts are failing.
Right. It's itemized as tuitions, so I just want.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I just elaborate? Yeah. Can you come to the microphone, Ms. Please? Thanks.
I just want to make sure to clarify that that is out-of-district tuitions that are funded through the appropriation budget. There is an additional portion of out-of-district tuitions that get funded through our circuit breaker revolving account. So that is not the total of the out-of-district special education tuitions, but is the total that gets funded through the appropriated budget.
Okay, so through our operating budget, because the circuit breaker is separate?
Yes.
And it's not on here. Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Also, I noticed, my computer's frozen. So there was a transportation fee increase. It only went up $31. And I was just wondering, I mean, my kid takes the bus, so I'm like not hankering for paying more, but I'm just wondering if that's, since it hasn't been raised in quite some time, if that was considered that it was appropriate to only go up by that much?
I actually really appreciate that you asked this question. We, as a team, really wrangled with this.
Okay.
And the last time fees went up in the Beverly Public Schools was 13 fiscal years ago, if I'm correct. And the reality is that we can't fix, if we had gone up 3%, 4%, whatever it may have been, year over year, we'd be in a different position. The burden on parents would be a lot more as well. In when I said about, the struggles that people face. The other thing too is that we're legally mandated to provide transportation for free to anyone who lives over 2 miles away from a school, and also students on free and reduced lunch. Did I miss anyone, Emma? Sorry, say again? Displaced students. Okay, yes, thank you. And we did look at a higher number. I honestly forget what that higher number was per student riding the bus. To say it was a drop in the bucket is probably too generous. And so we were trying to balance, like, okay, we need to increase the fee, but if we were to increase it by, I forget what it was, it still wouldn't advance a large return.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess similar to the hockey fee proposal that I had, as a hockey parent, I'm surprised. But the reality is that, it wouldn't have done much, even the great increase.
Okay.
A greater increase, I should say.
Got it. Okay, I'm gonna go to Counselor St. Hilaire and then to Counselor Sonia, and then, did you have a?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to talk about teacher retention. There's been some narrative that we've had a difficulty at retaining talented teachers over the years. Given the increased compensation structure that was meant to sort of help with that. Do you have any metrics? How are we doing with retention? Do you have any, since So the last couple of years, are we trending in the right direction there?
I don't have metrics right now. Those are metrics that we will be building. There's a lot that goes into teacher retention. There is a significant across, I don't want to say the industry, because I hate looking at teachers like that, because teachers are more than just an industry. So across the sector, the numbers of teachers leaving the profession at 5 and 10 years are stark and concerning and should be concerning to everyone. We recently lost a teacher to a close by district who at the same step and whatever is still paying more. So I mean, you know, there are challenges, and but I think that our leaders are working to try to make sure that they're partnering with educators and making a situation that is not just based on compensation. Because honestly, when people stay for compensation, it's not the only thing.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Counselor Sonia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent. I think you're asking the right question, which I think is a good start, which is what is Beverly sort of prepared to do? I think Councilor Houseman has, more or less all of us have articulated a similar point at some juncture. It's my fundamental belief that we are at kind of a fork in the road, and that we are going to have to spend the next year having really challenging conversations to the tune that Councilor Houseman was sort of singing earlier, which is, you know, do we want to shutter municipal departments? Do we want to cut to the bone further? Excuse me, in the teachers, in the school department rather, or do we want to have broader conversations? Very challenging conversations, but ones that I think are probably necessary given the stakes. With that said, I would like to talk about what is often cited by you know, folks that I might have chats with, coffees with, that sort of thing, is special education and you know, some of the needs and the challenges that do exist, the challenges that you cite in your PowerPoint. I think I want to make sure my colleagues heard right too. When Dr. Rocio was here earlier, I think she said something like 41% of incoming freshmen at the Tech, 41% had, right, from Beverly, had a special education need. Yeah, sure.
I just want to offer, I don't know the relevance of that 41%. The students are the students entering NSATs. So I, with all due respect and deference, did not understand that qualification need.
It seemed, it was a jarring number, to me anyway. And so I'm wondering if there's like an equivalent measurement for you folks on your side of the table. And, you know, if it's numbers like that you're sort of seeing, identified special needs, you know, how, given the sort of gaps that you've identified, you know, being able to offer timely referrals, for example, how it seems to me that the problem, you know, like ours, is only compounding. And, you know, year over year, it sounds like it would get even more challenging to wrap your arms around, and thus costs go up along with it. So I don't know if you can speak to that. I hope I'm making sense, but just the uptick in need and, you know, your race as a district to catch up with those needs, basically.
Yeah, I think similar to early support and intervention for all students. So usually if you were at graduation, I didn't mention this, but usually advice I give to kids when they're leaving, one piece of advice that is usually consistent across everything I've said to kids as they're graduating or moving on is, when you have a child, make sure that every day from the time they are first born and you're holding this little peanut, all right, that you read to them every day. And then when they can, you're reading dialogically with your finger tracing and pointing out words. And when they can start speaking, you're asking them about like where the rabbit is or where, you know, this is, or before you get to the next page in a book you've read over and over again, you're asking them questions and you're engaging with them and you're doing that. Again, we go back to parents who are busy, parents who are running from sport to sport or working multiple jobs or single parent families, all these types of things. So then that burden really falls to the schools. And it's not a burden, it's a responsibility. So making sure that we're doing everything we can to support the Beverly Public Library, to support through McEwen, how can we support reading at younger and younger levels. I'll also say, just to quickly add to, I'm not sure how to qualify your question around the metrics on that, but the reality is that kind of going to something that Councilor Milady said just a little bit is we can cut almost everything in the district, okay? We can cut almost everything in the district, unless it's an IEP, all right? And so there's that mandate that's there, but there's also the responsibility of a school district to make sure that we have advanced placement programming, that we have after dark program, that fill in the blank of whatever it is. Yeah.
And just one follow-up, if that's all right.
Sure.
Well, it's a broader question. I remember when we had our joint school committee city council meeting back earlier this year, one of the things you talked about that I thought was highly appropriate then and certainly is now, given sort of the events of last year, and then now I think with the conversations we're gonna have going into next year as well. You talked about like one of your goals as you know, the new guy here is building trust. And I'm wondering how that's going, I guess. I'm listening to you and I feel your passion for the mission that you are undertaking every day. It's come through very clearly. You know, talking with colleagues on school committee, talking with, you know, members of the BTA or, you know, other parents, PTOs, et cetera. You know, I think there is still like that is like the secret sauce, in my opinion, when we're asking about which road folks in this community want to travel down. And it's going to take building trust within those different stakeholder groups, different communities within the broader community to kind of make the decision. And so I'm wondering, you know, I know that was something that you earlier this year really, you know, honed in on, which I appreciated. And I'm wondering if you have your own sort of internal metrics on how that's going, or is it, you know, because I think it will, as we're communicating, it's going to be, you know, highly important. I think part of the reason, you know, folks may have reflexively disliked a trash fee, for example, without having a moment to think about your presentation here tonight, to the point Councilor Milady made the other day, you know, and how they relate, is because they feel like they have some form of a trust issue with local government, and it's our job to overcome that. I'm wondering, sorry, this has turned into a bit of a soapbox moment, but I'm wondering, you know, how you feel you're getting on in that mission, considering, you know, the gravity of the current fiscal climate.
Yeah. So I think I'm doing somewhat well, but the job at times can be somewhat like drinking from 20 fire hoses. And the biggest way to make sure that you're engendering trust is to make sure that you're following through and delivering. And while I've got a lot of deliverables, there are some things that have definitely fallen off the table for other more urgent priorities. But I'll say, you know, making sure that I deliver an RFP for an audit of our special education and BSST and SST programs, that we can hopefully come before this council if we need to and request free cash, even though that's the worst name for free cash ever, but it is what it is. To be able to do that and to get a comprehensive, outside look. I think also building trust is by just being honest. And, I hope I haven't developed any animosity with Counselor St. Hilaire tonight, but I'm trying to be honest with each and every one of you. When I talked to Counselor Houseman about, he's saying the train is coming down the tracks, but if we don't build the tracks, the train's never gonna run. And I appreciate where each of you are coming from. I'm really sad Counselor Crowley isn't here, because I've appreciated what he's offered, both in personal conversations and at this body over the last several weeks. I think being brutally honest about where we are, all right, and at that meeting, there was a graph that is not in this, where our staffing went something like this and it's kind of dipped. The reality is that even with that steep increase, there's still more that is needed. There's, as I said earlier, and I forget who I said it to, so I apologize, we aren't at the wants. We still have 2 or 3 tiers of needs to go through before we're at the wants. And I just want to say about redistricting, if I may use your time just for a quick moment. I believe there's a large development that might be coming up online in the Apple Hill area. And I think when we have a better sense of that is when we really need to start looking at redistricting, which will be something new for me. So see how that goes. But anyway, I think building trust. I think building trust is about having honest conversations, saying what you're going to do what you're going to say, and trying to avoid any clandestine, cloaked situations that, really engender distrust. There are 2 things in play here. There's, government could do better, for sure. All right? And then there's conspiracy theories that we're somehow doing something nefarious. And I gotta be honest with you, as I mentioned earlier, I got 3 kids, one who plays on multiple hockey teams. I don't have time to do anything nefarious. I have time to focus on what is in the best interest of the students of Beverly. That's what we have to have our time on. That's where we need our focus. And, for those of you who may not know, the "what are you prepared to do" comes from a quote by Sean Connery.
The Untouchables. I've been thinking about it the whole time.
Bingo! But, and the question was to Elliot Ness, Kevin Costner, but the reality is,
It's such a good movie.
when he went up against Capone, what are you prepared to do? All right? What are we prepared to do? And I get that it's gonna be tough. There are gonna be people who are upset. This room will be filled 3 times more than it was probably. All right? But in order to build a better Beverly, not just a great Beverly Public Schools, which is why I'm here, but in order to make sure that this amazing city, all right, provides great things for its citizens, its residents moving forward, what are we prepared to do? And those are going to be the hard conversations. And as Councilor St. Hilaire said, we want to do things, but will we actually do them? And that's the question that we got to go to bed at night and put our head down. And, sometimes I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning because I forgot to do something in a cold sweat. And that's where I worry that I'm losing people's trust. So I guess those metrics is how many days am I waking up in a cold sweat?
Hopefully not too many. Thank you very much. I'm glad I served up that meatball of a pitch for you to hit there because, I think a big part of this is having hard conversations about basic, even civics, in my opinion. I had a conversation with a teacher yesterday who did not know that all we can do is cut, who did not know prior to the budget coming out, this budget coming out, that the school committee vote was non-binding, right? So I think we have to do we have to do a better job communicating these basic things, which will then, I think, enable us to then ask the much bigger question, what are we then prepared to do? And I think, we can all have disagreements on the approach, but I think you're entirely correct. Anything other than honesty about the situation is the wrong path, for sure. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Councilor Sonia and everyone else, can I offer one thing?
Yes.
And I'm sure it's late, I don't even know what time it is. And I'll answer any more questions that anybody has. I don't know. The critical needs budget got its name as being a new superintendent. I am required to a certain degree to be part of the new superintendent induction program. Last year, there were 24 new superintendents across the state. In my cohort, there were 28. And I believe the number right now for next year is 35 or 36, okay? One of the other seminars that we did, in addition to our monthly meetings, was a budget seminar that Emma and I both went to in Marlboro. And I've heard this phrase used a lot. But the reason why I call it the critical needs budget is because when a need is unfunded, all right, and we don't put the resources to address the need doesn't go away. I've heard a lot of people talk about potholes, okay? And so I'll use that as but first of all, I think the streets in Beverly are really great. Growing up in Lynn, you want to see potholes. So the reality is that if that's the need and we don't fill the pothole's not going away. If we don't intervene with a student and get them the reading help that they need and get them on target by grade 3, guess what? The need doesn't just not go away, it mushrooms and grows exponentially. And the reality is I understand, I think you've said the number about $7 million. The reality is that we need more. And it's not just more because of want, it's more because there are needs that need to be met. I only watched Dr. Chirokchek do this once. I hope I'm doing all right for you, but I'm just gonna tell you the way it is.
Appreciate it, definitely appreciate that. Before we move on to a couple other questions that we have, you mentioned Counselor Crowley. I wanted to mention that he has the Newburyport, he works for Newburyport. And
I meant no disparagement.
Oh, no, but I meant to make an announcement that he would have been here. It's the one conflict he had for their budget vote is tonight as well, and he works for Newburyport. So his apologies that he's not there. He'll catch up on BevCam, so, and email you with any questions. Okay. So with that, we have Counselor Flowers and then Counselor Malady, or President Flowers, apologies.
Counselor's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Dr. Cushing, for the question that you keep raising about what we're prepared to do. This first part's not a question. I think it's just worth noting as we're sort of digging through this whole conversation. Counselor Rotundo, you mentioned the cuts that have already happened, and I just think it is worth noting. I've gotten feedback, Counselor Rotundo, you're talking about communication and transparency and trust, and I think that is very important. I've definitely heard from a lot of people who think that there are no cuts and that this budget is sort of an elevated, irresponsible budget, and we could differ, all of us, about how responsible, that's a hard word, but I do think it's important for anyone watching, and maybe this is going to be one of the most watched of our budget meetings, because people in Beverly really do, and rightly so. We care about our schools, and I hope that means lots of folks are going to watch this one. I just think it's worth us saying then here that this budget already came to us with cuts, and because we didn't we had a really robust conversation about that trash fee. But we all up here know that because we went with in between, a compromise position, and I thank Councilor Rotundo for bringing that into the mix, because I think it is worth balancing a compromise when we've got folks who are really expressing to us some of the hardship, and you mentioned that, Dr. Cushing, and we know that if we're not even covering the sanitation contract with the fee, the budget that came back to us represents $1.4 million more in cuts than the original proposed budget would have. And so I just think it's worth us saying that. And that doesn't mean that there's not more that we would want to do. I just think putting it all on the table very honestly, especially for folks who may be feeling at what point are they going to cut? I think it's important maybe just to be able to put that out there one more time, that it doesn't mean that there may not be more proposed. It doesn't mean that we don't want to do more. I think it does reveal that in a structural deficit, we'll never cut our way all the way out of a structural deficit, I guess is what I want to say. And I think that's going to raise some good questions about revenue. And to that end, Dr. Cushing, I guess, could you just remind me, you spoke about a few other places where we rightly, in our public schools, are providing support to all of our students, and every student has the right to a public education that meets their needs and supports them. But could you remind me at what rate circuit breaker typically reimburses some of the district's cost to provide some of that support?
Yeah, the number I have is about 75% usually, but I want to confirm that with Emma, because numbers aren't my strong suit.
So circuit breaker will reimburse 75% of tuition over the threshold amount, which, so the first roughly $53,000 is the responsibility of the district. Beyond that $53,000 for tuition would be reimbursed at 75%. Similarly, that $53,000 threshold is total spend for a student in a placement. And so circuit breaker will also reimburse applicable costs for transportation, minding that this is all subject to the appropriation at the state level to this budget item. And so for the past 2 years, the goal has been to reimburse transportation at 75%, and they have fallen short of that in both instances. They have then done a supplemental appropriation to try to then make whole that commitment to districts. But it is, again, fluid and dependent on their appropriation as well.
Thank you. I guess, Ms. Puglisi, if you don't mind not leaving just yet, earlier when you were talking about some of the other costs, you said students displaced. Is that referring to the McKinney-Vento Act? Or is that something different for students experiencing homelessness?
So it is something different. Okay. So McKinney-Vento has a very specific set of rules.
Bless you.
Bless you. Usually when we talk about students being displaced, it might be instances where our kindergarten at a particular elementary school is at capacity, and so students are then displaced to another school. And so because they are not being educated at their district home school, they are then eligible for transportation at no cost to them.
That is really helpful. Can I clarify my understanding then, though, that, and again, rightly, we are charged with transporting students experiencing homelessness who are somewhere out of the district but are Beverly students. But is it fair to say that that's a state mandate that the state does not fund?
That is correct. There is a very marginal state reimbursement to help offset that cost. When that reimbursement is received, it's received in the subsequent year, and it is considered a miscellaneous revenue and receipted as such on the, quote, city side of the budget, but mostly to express that it doesn't fall into a revolving fund to then offset those costs in the next year or in future years.
Thank you. May I ask a question of Mr. Ailes? Yes. Mr. Ailes, may I ask you a question?
We need a handheld mic for when it gets this late in the meeting. We need to be able to bring it to everyone's further.
It only seems fair. You've been here the whole time, Mr. Ailes. I didn't want you to think that we didn't have anything for you. I'm putting you on the spot, so I don't expect an exact number, but I think you'll see where my line of thinking is going and what the final question will be, I guess, for Dr. Cushing, but really for all of us. Is it fair to say, and if you have the decrease, historic decrease, I'm happy to hear it, total state aid to the city has decreased over the years. And so can you just speak a little to the trend that Beverly has seen in terms of state aid as a total portion of revenues to our budget?
Yeah, so when you talk about it decreasing, there are two particular points in time during the recession where we saw very significant drop-offs in overall state aid. Those two recessions were, I think, in like the 2008 period, and then there was either one right before that or right after, but they fell off about 25% of the total state aid. And that was carried for about 3 years period of time before it started to begin to creep back. Actually going to, I sent recently one of your counselors an email.
I have the numbers.
Do you have it
I
there?
have the chart, yeah. So for example, in 1999, it was almost 20%. It was 19.86% of the budget. 2000, 22% of the budget. 2001, 23% of the budget. 2002, 22, and then
So
it drops.
2021 was the peak
Right.
in terms of percentage of our overall budget.
Then it starts to drop around 2011, pretty low, into like about 12. And now the last 4 years, we've bumped up to consistently at 14%.
14%, yeah.
But that's
So
still-
21% down to 14% of
Right.
our overall operating budget,
So
yeah.
we've dug a hole, a very deep hole, and then we've put some dirt back in, but it's not going up at the same rate in the same amount of time that it went down. And,
Thank you for the quick reference.
Yeah, I was like, I know the answer to this, because I
See, you
just
could have just
it.
asked Madam Chair. She had the answer right there at her fingertips.
I could have. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Ailes. So I think it's probably obvious where my thinking is going here. And Dr. Cushing, if I may, I'd like to just ask your thoughts. How do we best, because we have things that we need to make decisions about here and ask where we can be responsible and tight to the bone, where we can think about our own revenues, where we can ask that question of what we're prepared to do. But I think based on my questions to Ms. Puglisi and also Mr. Ailes and Chair Feldman, thank you for jumping in. I think what the facts also show and what we know is that Massachusetts, although I feel very lucky to live in Massachusetts and very proud of the things that Massachusetts is able to do, is historically not doing a very good job funding local municipalities as compared to other states. And there's a big impact to education, to public education. And I think that's revealed in what you were saying throughout your presentation, that we're not even at the wants. We're not fully meeting what you've defined as the critical needs. And yet, every local municipality is also sort of scrabbling. We're fighting with each other. I'm gonna borrow your term. We're fighting over crumbs with each other. And I wonder your thoughts about what we might best do working together to also put pressure on our state partners.
Yeah,
Because there's a problem from the top that we're never gonna backfill here.
There's an early October Boston Globe article that talks about Massachusetts being the #1 in the nation, but Louisiana, Arkansas, or a couple other southern states, there was a real focus on Vermont as well in the article. I'm happy to send it to you all later this evening or tomorrow. But the reality is there's no guarantee that #1 is gonna stay #1, and that is a serious feather in our cap, okay? But when we don't have consistent practices across the state, when we don't have funding that allows for districts to deploy robust assessment systems to really understand where kids are and how teachers can best help them, when we're giving away free transportation on the MBTA on Fridays and weekends, but, you know, the MBTA, just as an example, sorry to go on that tangent, but we're pumping in $500 million or whatever it is annually from the millionaire's tax, split between transportation and education. And we're funding free community college, which is great. I want to say that's great. However, what if we funded full-day pre-K for every kid across the Commonwealth, and we actually got every kid reading the way they should be reading? Because we had a shared literacy program that was statewide. But that removes local control, so the pitchforks might be at my house in Ipswich later on. The reality is we've got to advocate for not just pie in the sky, but common sense things. Why are we giving away free transportation on Fridays when, you know, all that is doing is causing a further deficit and problem? Why aren't we being more realistic about what we're spending our money on and putting it so that, as Councilor Feldman said, our future progeny, our future residents, our future taxpayers are in a better situation. Nope, you talk, Councilman Milady talked about, I think you said, the runaway of social media, or however you phrased it. I apologize, I'm not getting it 100% right. But so that genie's out of the bottle. And the other genie, all right, of AI is now creeping out. And let's be honest, yeah, that was generated by AI. I'm also a doctoral level educated person who toiled through long nights and a lot of suffering and, you know, couldn't spend 4 hours designing that myself. And if you didn't notice, we cut the advertising budget, so I can't even pay someone to do it. But the reality is that I am, as a parent and an educational leader, panicked about it with AI. And so I guess, like, we've got to advocate for our state leaders to stop talking about changing the Chapter 70 formula and actually doing it. We've got to talk to and lean on our state leaders to really do something about cell phone bans. And I'm sorry, doing it during the school hours is 6.5 hours a day. The other time will make up for it. So we need to, like, look at maybe Australia did. Like, these are the levels of advocacy that we need. And I know there may be parents who disagree with me, but what I'm seeing, what other educators are seeing, is beyond the level of concerning for social media, technology use, and basically, how are we spending our money?
I had one last question for you, if I may.
I'll try to be brief.
Me too. Just, you were talking about data and building trust, and I definitely agree with all of that. As we're trying to think about how to continue to invest in and to build up our Beverly schools and to support our educators, all things I hear you affirming. Can you help me understand, do we already, or do you have thoughts about putting into practice doing exit interviews with educators who leave the district for other districts to get some data around why?
Yeah, I would be more than happy to do that. We don't have that practice right now. I would be more than happy to do that.
Okay, I was just curious, but I know you're a data person, and that seems like it could be helpful to us.
Yeah, those are, I will be honest, those are sometimes challenging just to coordinate people coming back. There is, in particular, one person that left us for another district that last year that I still want to connect with, so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Cushing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Milady.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cushing, yes, you know what time it was. One World Cup match has ended and another one's about to start. But on a serious note, I wanted to say thank you very much to you and your team. You took on this position at a time where there's so much financial and social uncertainty, and we really appreciate all the work you've presented to our colleagues on the school committee as well. Thank you very much, and I really want to give a special shout out to the newbies on school committee. As a newbie on the city councilor, we picked a hell of a time to throw our hat in the ring, but the only way out is through. And it's very clear that we have people in the school office, in the city offices, as well as here on the council that are ready to roll up our sleeves and do what's best that we can to deliver, not just for our students, but all our residents. 1634 Racine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor St. Hilaire, did you still have? No, okay, sorry. Councilor Spang. Okay. Got to be everyone's bedtime, I understand. Well, past your kid's bedtime probably, but.
The 2-year-old likes to keep us up.
Oh, my apologies. So this was all very helpful, and I really appreciate everyone that's followed along, stayed in the audience with us this long. I do want to touch one thing. You had mentioned an independent audit, and we had talked about that about a year ago when you first came on, and I'm still really advocating that would be, I think, all of us agree there's, there's within the school budget, outside of funding, there's, I think, a lot of structural questions we have, and sometimes a fresh pair of eyes might be the best thing for our community to maybe have an outside source do an audit of the efficiencies at the schools, and it might go to that building trust that we talked about, because as much as we try and convey things, sometimes depending on who the messenger is, it doesn't get received that well. So, so it would be great, I think, for everyone in the community to have an independent audit of the schools at some point in time. And I do believe that we can talk about this when the request comes up, but I think that everyone up here would agree that that would probably be a good use of something like free cash, because it's free and, it's unlimited, right? Of course. So, so I would, again, reissue my request from that. I requested it last year, and I would re-up that request as a counselor. So with that, I think we are done for this evening. We're done for this week, too, for those who've been playing along. So I kept checking my calendar to make sure there's nothing tomorrow, but there is nothing in this chambers, council chambers, tomorrow. I'm not saying there's not something. But we will be back at it with our public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2027 budget, which is where the public will have their one and only opportunity to speak about the proposed budget after seeing all of the meetings and catching up with that, and speak. It's going to be 6 o'clock here in Chambers. There is an unlimited number of speakers. We will stay here until we've heard everyone that signs up. You could sign up when you get here on Monday at 6 p.m. And then the next night, on Tuesday, again at 6 p.m., we will have our final finance and, we also have the finance and property vote on that night after the public hearing concludes, which is the subcommittee of finance and property, which President Flowers and Councilor Houseman are also on. And then the next night, on Tuesday, we will have our final vote as a council of the whole on the 2027 proposed budget. So that's what's on tap. We will see you next week, and I'd like to thank everyone for being here, and good night. Motion to adjourn committee of the whole? All in favor? Aye. Motion to adjourn subcommittee of finance and property? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.